Hello, hello. That was a bit of a dramatic pause there between the hellos. I apologize for that. That was a bit sloppy on my part. It should have been hello, hello, just like that. You know, rolls off the tongue. It's the only line I have, and I screwed it up. Well, hello, hello, Ugnip, crowned king by virtue of being first in chat today. Here we only talk about Humble Bundle. Ugnip, I swear, if I find out one day that your uncle owns Humble Bundle, well, first I'm going to ask for a commission, and then, no, first I will be, first I'll ask for a commission, then I will be upset. No, I'll be upset, therefore you feel guilted into giving me a commission, and then I'll forgive you and retire in the Bahamas, where I'll still stream. Oh, could you imagine? Oh, trying to stream from the beach. Like right now, it's 96 degrees outside, which for my friends such as Ugnip who are elsewhere in the world using a system other than Fahrenheit, 96 Fahrenheit to Celsius, almost 36 degrees Celsius, 36 degrees, almost. Now, see, I would almost be willing to trade 36 degrees Fahrenheit for 36 degrees Celsius, to be honest with you. I like the cold. 36 is a little bit cold, but it is, well, no. Well, yeah, no, it's still not freezing, right? Yes. Well, okay, it doesn't matter because it's here. It's Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit it freezes at 33 or 34. Can't remember. I think it's 33. 34. I don't care. 36 is above either of those. So we're either way, we don't have to worry about frozen pipes. We don't have to worry about ice on the road. Might get some snow. Less likely, obviously, because it's not freezing. But yeah, I will take that. It'll be a little nippy. It's not freeze your nose hairs nippy, but it would still be nippy. But it would be better than I could wear a sweatshirt. Like I would love. Like I want to wear my. I have a Schward shirt. It's like a mechanic shirt that I ordered for a bit that I never did, and it has like Schward on a patch, like it looks. Which is what I want to wear here. But wearing that with a t-shirt under it, so it's not getting all sweaty and everything. I'd be like crazy. Anyway, beaten by Ugnip. Indeed, Denise. Indeed. You got to get up pretty quick in the day to beat Ugnip. Today, apparently. I was late for good reason. Was chatting with Device. Oh, really? That's the gentleman you're referring to in the Marco Polo, right, Denise? The one you were worried about. So you're like after a month, you finally heard from him, right? Like I think I recognize the name. That's him, right? Greetings and salutations, Macro. How the heck are you? Good to see you once again. I had a friend who insisted that was the right way to say that word. Or, no, that was the original way to say the word. It was again. And to be fair, if you look at like Shakespeare and stuff, there's plenty of evidence there to think that he thought it was pronounced again. Like if you look, it would be, here we are frolicking in the rain. Will we ever be dry again? And you're like, all right, well, if it was pronounced again, it would not rhyme. And we know Shakespeare was all about rhyme. Well, not everything rhymed. Usually his very blue collar workers in his plays weren't, but the lovers and the royalty and everything, they almost always spoke in rhyme. So, if they said rain and again, then anyway, bottom line is I still think it's funny to insist on saying that, just like it'd be like saying I'm going to say thee instead of you because that's the way it used to be said. Anyway, it was funny. So, ever considered that it would be natural to have a freezing point at 0 instead of a silly number? I guess, Ugnip, yes. I've said it a million times over. I would prefer if we had, like the system is so much easier. Like, I mean, to be fair, I will say this. I would like a mix of both worlds. I think 100 degrees should be really hot. I don't think 36 degrees should be very hot. 36, if you just look at it on a scale of 0 to 100, so we're on the crappy side of it where, yeah, our freezing point is 33 or 34, somewhere around there. Seems like a very arbitrary number. So that's a ding against the Fahrenheit system. Celsius, though, I'm sorry, everything typically, I mean, especially you guys use the decimal system, the whatever, where it's tens, hundreds, thousands. So if you're thinking about it, your mind is normally going to think on a scale of 0 to 100. And so, yeah, 33 shouldn't be freezing. It should be 0, but 36 should not be hot as hell. Like 96 is pretty darn doggone hot. Like, and it sounds like hot. And it sounds like if you say it's 100 degrees outside, oh, that's really hot. When you say 36, you're like, that's like 64 degrees short of it really being warm. Because, I mean, once you get above 100, there's really no point. So I think we need a system in between where we start at 0 and we go to 100. And when it's hot as balls, it's 100, 105, 110, whatever. It can go higher than 100 because temperatures do exceed that. But I do agree that it should start with 0 as in freezing. That would make more sense. It'd be easier. He's alive. Can't say more than that here, but thank God he's alive. Well, there you go. I mean, really it was a radio silence, right, Denise? That was more of the concern. So yeah, I mean, that's really, I mean, that's all I need to know, certainly. And like, considering the circumstances, that pretty much may very well be all. It sounds like you may have a little more information, which is great, but you know, and again, situations like that, just being alive, it means there's another day. Whatever else is happening, whatever else is going on, still alive. It is him. Okay. It keeps telling me internal error encountered and prevents me from sending messages. You are sending messages, Macro. It's true. And congrats for beating BL2 with only your nose. What a feat in modern gaming. Exactly, Macro. Now, let me say this. Remember how you gave me so much guff for going try hard, or not try hard, but just, you know, playing it the manly man way, the 0, whatever it's called, absolute 0, or I can't remember what it's called now. The 0 game. You're like, dude, use the baby controls, like freeze time, like a child would do, and the game will be so much easier. It's like, no, I have to beat this like a manly man, where I play it in real time. And you're like, it's impossible. Nobody can do that. Nobody can react that fast. And eventually I did. Well, that's the same thing with beating it with the nose. People would say, no, you can't why beat it with your nose when you can use your hands? And I'm like, no, nose. The nose is here for a reason. It's not just a smell. It's got so many more facets that we as humans have yet to tap into. And one of them is controlling very seriously and effectively first-person shooter game. So thank you for that. But again, it is my fortitude and my willingness to engage in the unconventional that has allowed me to achieve such drastic heights in gaming. That little is clear and not all confusing. Also, hello. Wait. Oh, the title is clear, not all confusing. Eliza, that was last minute going, my head is, okay, so this phrase, there are two phrases that I'm not entirely sure we're all simpatico or clear on. And one of them, forgive me, there's going to be a little vulgarity. The word asshole. To me, calling someone an asshole or saying someone who's behaved an asshole is saying that they are ill-mannered, that they are antagonistic, that they are brutish, that they are ill-tempered. It's a lot of negative things, but it has to do with something they're actively doing, and they're being a bad person or behaving in a bad way, in a negative way. But I have a friend, and I've heard many streamers, I've heard many other people say, or saying like, I don't want to show up early and stand around looking like an asshole. And I'm like, you don't look like a jerk. You don't look like a horrible person because you show up somewhere early. Especially if it's like it's an invitation, but they're using that word to mean like a chump, like a doofus, like an idiot, or like a chump. And I'm just a sucker with a lump in my throat, that kind of thing. So we don't really have a consensus on it. So when somebody says so-and-so is behaving like an a-hole, I don't know if they're saying they were being a jerk, or as Denise may say, a git, or if it means they were just being foolish, or they didn't know what was going on, or they were clueless, which to me it doesn't deserve the a-hole thing. But all that to say, the other thing is the phrase head up his own butt, which to me usually means almost like an arrogance, like he's so full of himself kind of thing. But I can also understand that would mean a situation or position of being discombobulated, where you're so kind of inside your own head, but instead of being inside your own head, which almost sounds like a good thing because you're parsing things out, like you got your head up your butt, like you just don't know which way is up. I mean, obviously, if your head is in your butt, you're in a bad way, and you don't have a good perspective. Let's be honest. And so when I say I say all that to qualify. When I say I feel like I've had my head up my own butt this whole week, it's not to say that I've been like super hyper self-centered. It's just meaning I don't know which way is up. I'm trying to do certain things, and while actively understanding that I'm not doing those things and I'm doing something else altogether, and I'm not a big fan of it. And then I do hunker down and get things done. It's been a mess. It's been a mess. And so I realized I had no idea what the video was going to be out today. In theory, I was supposed to be getting with Beowulf and maybe even Denise and going into the Eternals thing. But if you remember that discussion last week, I was like, yeah, man, I've my head's all over the place, but I'm going to get it straightened down, going to get it locked down. We're going to do this thing. Well, it didn't happen. And so at the last minute, I was like, Beowulf, man, I'm so sorry. If you want to jump in, we can see if we can do something. But my head has just been like, I was like, at one point I was like, am I even going to do the stream today? But it's not, I'll be honest with you. Everything flips when it starts. My brain doesn't necessarily come out of my butt, but all right, well, let's pretend the past 3 minutes of conversation never happened. Let's see what chat has to say. Let's see what it has to chat. But all that to say, yes, the title is confusing because I don't know what the heck I'm doing. That was just, hey, here's an image from a thumbnail, and yes, the word and the thing. And every time I think I'm going to start, I start with like a mind-blowing question or something that's really going to dig deep. We talk about it for like 3 minutes and then we move on to something else. So I'm like, you know what? It's not really important for me to come up with the topic today, particularly because it'll either never get addressed in 4 hours or it'll be addressed in the first 5 minutes and be like, okay, yeah, moving on. So I'm just like, whatever. It's a placeholder, really. Celsius is stupid. Yeah, I mean, I think 36 degrees for 96 is, and then the way you get it, the formula. I'd be curious about the history of this. I mean, I'm guessing because aside from Australia, as I've learned from Eliza, America's a pretty young country. I mean, Australia officially as its own country, I think, if I got my facts straight, is actually far, far younger than we are. But suffice to say, Europe and the countries or whatever have been around longer. So I'm guessing, but they didn't have, it wasn't King Arthur using Celsius because God told him so. Just because you've been around for a while doesn't mean you've always had a temperature system. So I'm curious if there was like a rivalry, if it was like a Tesla and Edison rivalry where, you guys remember, I don't know if you remember or not, there was a time where Blu-ray wasn't ubiquitous. It was HD DVD, which honestly is the dorkiest dork name for it to ever dork, which probably is singular, like was the primary reason why we have Blu-ray now. Because Blu-ray sounded cool. It sounded a bit, red lasers? We've had red lasers since, that's what I used for my musical discs, man. I don't want your red lasers. Give me blue. Blue is cooler. Blue is snazzier. Blue can hold more information, which I think it can because of the light spectrum or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, bottom line is, there was a time where they were neck and neck, where, Microsoft is pushing HD DVD, Sony's pushing Blu-ray, is going back and forth. Neither wanted to give ground because whoever won was going to have to, Microsoft, anytime they release anything on a Blu-ray disc, has to pay, they're paying into the Sony invented system. I don't know how all that copyright and stuff works, but it's no bueno. Nobody wanted to lose that. So 8-track and VHS. No. VHS and beta. And 8-track and cassette, I guess. Like, it's gone on forever. So I'm wondering if Celsius and Fahrenheit, like, it was Mr. Celsius and Dr. Fahrenheit, and they were going at it. And, they're like, oh, over here, we adopt Celsius. And we're like, yeah, well, Fahrenheit. Because honestly, Fahrenheit sounds funner to say. But anyway, let's see. Also, stop it. It's better than Fahrenheit, Eliza. Oh, my. See, Ugnip, when you're speaking about Humble Bundle, you're in your zone. You're in your element. You start speaking about temperature? Sir, you're way out of line. I mean, again, I agree with you to a degree that having an arbitrary number for the point of zero is kind of stupid. But I also, as I said, think it's kind of silly to have 36 degrees being super hot. I mean, come on. It doesn't even sound hot. Like, even if you didn't know anything better, if you didn't know any better, you said, because once you say 36, we're no longer, your mind ought to go, okay, we're not doing on a scale of 1 to 10, because 36 is a lot higher than 10. So we're not doing scale of 1 to 10. Your brain automatically goes to, then we're doing a scale of 1 to 100. Like, that would be the next thing up. And you go 36, that's pretty low on there. Of course, it's going to be cold. 50 would be kind of what it is here. Like, I feel like Fahrenheit just had to gimp the system or fudge the system a little to make it work. So they said, okay, in order for this to make sense, unfortunately, we have to start at a stupid arbitrary number, but everything beyond that is great. And that means we have 33 degrees of describing cold before we get to absolute zero. Anyway, are you a temperature hater, Eliza? I second the Fahrenheit hate. Celsius rules. Yeah, I appreciate that you spelled the rules with 3 Z's, Macro, because it does lend the appropriate amount of credibility to your statement. I'm a temperature skeptic. I like that. It's very measured. Indeed. Well, as long as we agree the Earth is flat. Yes. Yes, indeed. And how'd you get my number 1? I believe, Ugnip, that was because she had a more moderate take on the temperature thing. She said she's skeptical of both, where you came in all hard on Fahrenheit. And I believe Google, and by extension YouTube, is originates in a country of Fahrenheit. So consider that a censorship smackdown. You have been gently reprimanded for your controversial perspective. If your head is in your butt, I'm jealous of your flexibility. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if such flexibility. Well, I mean, no, yes, you're in a vacuum. Ugh. In a vacuum, yes, the flexibility alone would be envious. However, what I've chosen to do with that flexibility would be highly suspect. There really is. I mean, look, I know, look, everybody has their predilections and their proclivities and their particular tastes, but I don't want my head anywhere near anything that expels waste. Nowhere near it. No proximity. Like, it's happened, unfortunately. We had a wrestle in gym class in middle school. And, somebody's posterior was much closer to my face than I would have liked. But as a rule, I don't actually want anybody else's face anywhere near that area. I just don't. I feel like there's a reason why we've got a significant torso space between the two. Now, granted, it's not as far down as the feet, which, that's a whole other thing. Why are they so far from your head? Probably don't belong near the face either. I don't know. I feel like things are situated in a place where they would naturally interact in a normal situation. And then we go ahead and try to stick stuff where it's just a very peculiar thing. So I would have to consider that there as well. Git is better word than AH. Yes, but it depends, because git is, as we talked about, like dick or a-hole. That's another word for that. But if you're using a-hole the way the other people are using it, which is somebody who's clueless or kind of gumpish or whatever, then it's inaccurate, because then you're calling somebody a jerk or a mean person when you really probably mean to call them a fool or a buffoon. I think would be closer to it. We need to bring back court lingo, like a buffoon. I think a buffoon or a jester. Well, jester has kind of got a good connotation, but like a buffoon or I don't know. There's a lot of words that were used so long ago that they're kind of doofy sounding, but I think they take the edge off of things when they probably should have the edge taken off. It's totally flat. Australia doesn't exist, and I'm a figment of your imagination. We've talked about this, Eliza. You are indeed a figment of imagination. This has been confirmed. Either imagination or beyond the grave. Either maybe there was an Australia, and then when the Earth was round, and then it got squished. And now it's no longer there. So now all you southern hemispheres are haunting us northern hemispheres, envious of our living above the place where the Earth was squished. No, Denise, I'm not still fasting, but I probably should be, because I have not yet started, unlike you, has begun a very measured and consistent workout. I have yet to work out for more than 2 days in a row, and it's showing. I think it's showing. I know the scale is showing. I'm not going to tell you what I'm up to, but we're creeping back to where I was, about a month ago. So no, I am not, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, either I need to start working my butt off, start working out regular, pretty heavy, or I need to go back to fasting or something very, very close to it. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to put on the weight. So thank you for pointing out my chubby cheeks, Denise. I'm kidding, of course. 1901, Australia officially became a country when the Great Wombat declared it so, or something like that. That sounds about right. The Wombat more so than 1901, but that's what I mean, like 1901. We're 1700s, towards the end of the 1700s, but still the 1700s. So yeah, you guys are much younger than we are, officially. Also, yes, I agree, Denise. Git is a super satisfying word to say. It is. It is. I mean, Fahrenheit is kind of a fun word to say, but it's lacking any punch. It needs to have like a K in there or a G or something. Fahrenheit. That sounds German. Fahrenheit. It probably actually is a word. Better a lap dog to a slip of... Wait, what? Better a lap dog to a slip of a girl than a git? I'm not going to disagree, Eliza, but I can't wholly endorse that because I don't understand how those words fit together. Of course, Australia is very real. Millions of people live there, and it's deeply connected with world politics, sports, science, and culture. Now, if I didn't know anybody, according to ChatGPT, okay, there we go. There's the punchline. I was like, Ugliest, that just sounds very dry and like serious for a ridiculous conversation. And then there's the punchline, according to ChatGPT. Well, ChatGPT is a harbinger of all truth, so I suppose I exist. You know, it's hit or miss. It really is. It's funny when you know an answer to a question. Like, I'm not saying like, you know, a political opinion. I'm talking about just like stuff that you know or that you've experienced. You ask Chat, like, what was it? I asked it about a video game. I was like, what was it? It was something about Borderlands. It was like a grenade mod in Borderlands. And and sometimes, I don't know you guys if you notice this, in Google, like if you ask it a question that is, it doesn't really feel like it can offer either a coherent answer to or a kosher answer to, it'll just pretend like the AI answer doesn't exist. It'll just skip down to your results. But so anytime it answers, I'm like, you're volunteering an answer because you're so sure of yourself. But I'd asked about a particular grade mod. I didn't know it was, or it was it was something about a video game where I knew it happened. I knew it existed. I just didn't remember the actual name. And ChatGPT is like, the such and such you're referring to is not actually found in the Borderlands universe. What you may be thinking of is blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, that's not it. And I eventually found the right thing. And I was like, and then I rephrased the question with that word in there. And it was like, yes, it's in Borderlands. And I'm like, why bother? If you're going to waffle so badly, and you can do that with almost anything at all. If you ask it a question and it's not a leading question to begin with, and take its answer and say, yes, but I've also heard blah, 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 or that this is also, and it'll say, yes, and while that is true, da 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 da, but yes, you are correct that this is this. It's a pleaser. It's a yes man. If you ask it a question, it doesn't give you the answer you want, you can usually put a little pressure on it and it will agree with you. English teacher Roy has some very funny videos about British polite insults. Oh yes, yeah, no, I still have the lit. Well, I don't know, because when Tesla went out, finally, I know I got rid of a lot of like my notes and stuff that I was keeping for future streams, and I think there was that list of like 7 decidedly English insults that were also. Oh, I am number one. Huzzah! I totally did things and stuff to get it. I know you did. It's very earned. It is very earned. The English have the best insults. They do. I bite my thumb at you, sir. Which seems actually like a really try hard way to insult somebody. Like, I'm going to hurt myself. I mean, granted, it was probably like this. It wasn't actually like biting, but it still sounds. It's like, aha! I slash my wrists at you, sir. Oh, I take offense, and you're bleeding out. No, Elijah. No. The reason I couched my phrasing is because I have become painfully aware. See last week's conversation about a bunch of words that I didn't know what they meant, but they are sexual deviations or just deviations to the extent that are common enough that have a shared vocabulary. You know, right? That there wasn't one person at the group, about 20 people. One person didn't say, oh, there's a blah, blah, blah. And everybody looked at him and went, what the heck are you talking about? He was like, oh, there's this. And they're like, oh, yeah. But if you do it with this, then it's called a this. Like there, so either I have 20 of the most subtly depraved or bizarrely minded individual friends ever, or there are plenty of people that put things all over places with great revelry, I might add. I adjusted the camera, which was good, but now I think it's too far adjusted. Oh well. Better that than the other way, I guess. He has a video on British affectionate insults. Unless you're an athlete, I think so, Eliza. Yeah, and I'm not an athlete by any stretch. Buffoon, prat, dunderhead. Dunderhead's a good one. Although, here's the thing about insults. If you're going to use them at all, you do want to sound like, me personally, I will say somebody's behaving as such. I prefer to describe behavior rather than give a noun, because like, my gosh, I used to kind of have a bemused, I'd like read through comment sections just kind of out of amusement, or if I wanted to grasp the essence of what a video is about without having to actually watch it because the ads kick on, you can usually tell within like a dozen comments pretty much the direction that the video is going and what the people watching it, the general vibe or feel, or what the reaction is to it. But I mean, at this point, like, they're not even trying. Like, people, it's just name calling, and I'm like, that is the most useless thing you can do if you're debating, or even if you're just like, some guy was like, he clearly disagreed with what the guy was talking about. He's like, y'all a bunch of childish idiots to be believing this guy. If you don't know this and this, or you don't know whatever, then you're just you've got like the intelligence of a grade schooler and probably should kill yourself, something like that, right? And I'm like, I was gonna say this, but I get why waste your time? Pearls before swine. I'm not gonna waste my time talking to somebody like that. But I was gonna say, dude, I'm curious to hear what your particular view on it and what what receipts you have to show, what like where you're coming from and why you think the way that you do and why you have such a vehement disagreement with what's being presented in the video, which I might add is showing receipts and everything. But hey, I'd like to at least hear the other side. Unfortunately, you come across and again, I had to, okay, I'm not going to call him a name. I was like, but you're very aggressively antagonistic and rather crude and disrespectful. So I have no interest in, like, people would have no interest in listening. So if you came here just to, like, why are you taking up oxygen if all you can do with it is just say, oh, y'all are a bunch of stupid people, because smart people know the right answer. It's the same thing if you see Reddit posts, and I don't go onto Reddit for anything recreational. I only go there at great need and dire need. But even for stuff like how to do something, some communities are great, or some threads are nice, but there's people, I mean, whether it's how to do something in a video game or how to do something with your motorcycle or car, whatever it is. And there's always going to be some idiot on there. And I say, well, no, I caught myself doing it. Somebody, with who worthlessly says something like, what a really dumb question. I can't believe you haven't learned, or it's like, or variations. There can be slightly more technical sounding variations, like this question. I don't know. I don't even know. Like, and then it can range to insulting, like, how are you even walking around if you don't know how to do this, or whatever. Or maybe you shouldn't be playing a video game if you can't do this, or if you couldn't figure that out yourself. I'm like, why? You exist just to be a misery? Like, maybe that's a good word. Anyway, the bottom line is, I do think you have to sound either cool or pithy if you're going to call somebody like a silly song. Like, see, that's the thing. So daft, numpkin. See, these are fun to say, but they're not necessarily satisfying. Whereas like for me, turd muffin, it has enough hard consonants to it, turd muffin, that it feels satisfying from my mouth to say. It feels like I'm saying something, scathing, but it is so utterly harmless and goofy sounding that even if you turd muffin, like, there's no way you can say that and anybody take you seriously, but it sounds like I've said something weighty. Whereas, calling somebody a silly sausage, that's kind of like growing up, which this is the dumbest one of the dumbest things. Depending on whose house I was at, and depending on what brand of religion they were doing, we couldn't say F. I don't have the need to say it just for cold turkey, but the slang term for fornication. But you could say fire truck. You couldn't say GD, but you could say gosh darn it. Like, they were euphemisms. You were saying the thing, you were just couching it in a way that didn't make people go, oh. But it was the same thing. Fire truck doesn't have the same thing as mother trucker. It's kind of close, but it's the F. It's the F and the mother trucker that actually makes it work. That makes it feel like you're expressing yourself. Mother trucker just sounds like, again, and then you feel silly for saying it because you're like, I'm an adult. I should be able to say this word, but I'm saying a euphemism so everybody knows what I'm actually saying. So it doesn't actually take away the vulgarity of it other than just what you hear, but it also takes away my ability to feel like I have significantly or sufficiently expressed myself. It's a conundrum, folks. It really is. Expression versus, I don't know what the alternative is, but anyway. Quiet, silly person. Best one. I mean, and now something like that, like silly person, for some reason that burns a little bit. I like it. It still doesn't sound satisfying to say, but well, okay, maybe I shouldn't follow up with this, but it sounds sufficiently either patronizing or degrading. Like, is this like patting somebody on the head? Quiet, silly person. So it works. It's just, why would I be streaming while I'm hungry? Do I sound hangry? Is that what's going on here? Do I sound unhappy? Do I sound hungry? But no, I'm actually, I haven't eaten in a little while, but I'm not hungry, thankfully. Monty Python. Quiet, silly person. Are we quoting? Oh wait, yes, all Australians are ghosts. It makes sense now. Kind of does. But that also means then that New Zealanders and anybody else whose accent sounds similar, South Africans, I guess, all of you down in that area down under. Speaking of heads and butts, all you people down under are apparently ghosts. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of cool. I kind of love that you don't know the Blackadder quote, Schward, because of the lulz, but also you need Blackadder in your life stat. Well, I'm sorry, Eliza, unless you're a medical well, no, I shouldn't say that. Unless you were a proven, demonstrably competent medical expert. I just found out what is it? The ADA? Is it the ADA? No, it's American Drug Association. Maybe it is. No, it's it's like the American Medical Association, whatever. Like, they came out with some thing or whatever like that. You got all these people that are going, that's like 14% of doctors are a part of that. Like, most of us do it until we get done with our not practice, but whatever it's called, the thing that you do before you become a doctor, and then as soon as they start practicing, they get out of it. So it's just like, there's so much stuff where it's like the official medical the American Association, but it's like, yeah, it's a very small group of people and a reflection of a very small group. Anyway, bottom line being, I would need more than a medical opinion to take that as a medical requirement. That said, I did enjoy the clip. And if Baldrick was here, I would say, like, that clip established an hierarchy where Baldrick is actually kind of in the middle. What was his game? Peregrine or Pelican or Pellet? Begins with a P. PD something. He's actually dumber than Baldrick. I don't mean Baldrick, chat Baldrick. I mean Baldrick in the show. But I will see if I can get on some kind of a drip of Blackadder, like a Blackadder drip, so that I become more familiar with these quotes. I guess it would be, I don't know, maybe it's become the new Monty Python, like Holy Grail, where it was like if you quoted Monty Python and Holy Grail and like if you didn't get it, you were kind of square. maybe Blackadder is now becoming, at least in this group, the new Monty Python. So I'm missing a lot of things that I should know. I just remember that there was a day when I thought Blackadder was like a murder series or something, because it sounds pretty scary. Isn't a Blackadder a snake? Oh, look at this. Blackadder. Well, okay, now they do it all in one word. So wait. I'm not crazy, right? There. Yes. It's an adder. Okay. So, I mean, come on. If you heard Black Adder and you knew adder was a snake because you're super savvy like me, you wouldn't necessarily think it's a comedy show. Not like Faulty Towers. I mean, that just sounds funny. Monty Python. Well, Monty Python. What's with the snakes? What's with the Brits and the snakes? What? We got Monty Python. Python is also a snake. Black Adder, which is also a snake. Is there anything else? Any other comedy troupes of British persuasion that have snake affiliations? What's up with that? But anyway. All right. Well, you've got another expert backing up your diagnosis there, Eliza. Ugnip agrees with you. And you know what? Governing by consensus or whatever, that is the best way to go. So far, 2 out of 2 experts recommend a dose of Blackadder. I pluck out my eyebrows. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Yeah. I pluck out my eyebrows. And the more you pluck, the more you hate the person. It's like, oh my gosh, what happened to your face? I plucked out all my eyebrows. I'm in great pain and I will never be beautiful again, but at least he knows I was pissed at him. Why didn't you just call him a git? I don't know. Sorry, the Blackadder reference made me think of advanced mathematics. Now it's a snowball effect. Now we're referencing Blackadder references, and I've got no clue. As in the ape creatures of the Indus have mastered this? And elementary dressmaking? As in a bird that has swallowed a plate? So first we establish the premise that I have no clue about anything with Blackadder, and then we proceed, it seems, to have an entire conversation comprised of nothing but Blackadder quotes. Baldric the Renaissance was just something that happened to other people, wasn't it? that's okay. I got that line. Without context, that line is actually pretty funny. Well, as Jesse pointed out once, my first name does have a last name, so sometimes spell correct adds it. And it is very true, yes. Yep. Eliza Beth. It is the only first name to also have a last name built into it, which is also a first name. The rabbit hole goes deep. It goes very, very deep. It's not just a last name, it's a last name that is also a first name. It's like a first and last name palindrome. It can be Beth Eliza or Eliza Beth. Either way, both are first names and both can be last names. Yeah, perhaps time to change your name. Your Nick, Eliza? Daft's beer is satisfying to say and is one form of affection. Daft beer? Daft beer. What's a beer? It's not bastard. It's not witch with a capital B. Daft beer. B. I don't know too many with being with a B. Witch with a capital B is the only B insult that I think I know, other than bastard. But I don't think it would be daft bastarder. Kind of the way guys will affectionately tease each other over here. Okay. George, you could adopt a git and make it a part of American culture. I mean, look, here's the thing, Denise. Monty Python says, what is it? Does he call him a mangy git? You git. Like, I feel like Monty Python has used git in a lot of their sketches, and I figured out what it meant by context. But if Python couldn't make it ubiquitous here, I think I have very little chance of it. I could try. I could do my college best. The English Australian old ladies had their bless your heart equivalent. Oh, isn't that interesting? Ah, yes. Oh, interesting. That's a double-edged sword here too as well, Eliza. Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, now not the whole thing. It was just interesting. And so I usually have to qualify. If I say something is interesting, I'll say, and I don't mean interesting as in interesting. I mean interesting as in thought-provoking. So just know for future reference, if I don't qualify it with that, and I'm saying interesting, I'm patronizing you. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, that's fascinating. Super duper fascinating. So fascinating, we should forget that we ever talked about it. You know, something like that. But yes, yeah. Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, but yeah, it's the equivalent of, oh, bless your heart. Yay, the accent, which was actually really good. Yeah, Elijah, I'm not gonna lie. There was a part, like, as soon as it started, I was like, oh, I think I'm actually feeling it today. It's not a consistent thing though, as we know. There are days where I'm trying to jumpstart that thing like a lawnmower. Now I've got it flooded. I'm pumping, and I can't get the accent to work worth a damn. It doesn't sound like anything at all. And then this one, I was like, oh. I'm not going to pat myself on the back while I'm doing it because I would take away from the effect. But I'm pleased that it sounded like that as well to you because I did. I was like, oh, I'm on fire. And now I'm afraid to do it again because I don't want to ruin it. I just want to preserve this day as the day that I nailed the accent and never use it again. But that won't happen. It'll work its way in there. It's too fun not to. Silly sausage is an affectionate term for a friend, but more often in families between. See, and that's if daft or been mildly silly. See, and that's the thing. It does, and it sounds that way. That's why I'm saying I don't know that it can effectively replace some of the more. It don't even be vulgar, just the more cacophonous words, because a lot of it is just feeling like you're expressing, like if you stub your toe and it really freaking hurts, saying gosh darn it, it almost ticks you off more. Like you want to express without having to go into a litany of descriptors and prose. You want to express in a very concise moment the amount of fury at the amount of pain that you're feeling. And there are some words that just nail it better than others. But yeah, like words like silly sausage, I think that those are good for friendly arguments. Well, I wouldn't do that with my friends. I don't know. I can't imagine calling a friend a silly sausage. Use silly sausage. Maybe it's how you say it. Like get, I totally get. I think that's why I thought that get was just a British way of pronouncing get or some other word for the longest time. Get, it's so short, it's kind of hard to. It doesn't stand out very much because it's just so short. There's a reason why 4-letter words take off and 3-letter words don't. You know. I can demonstrably prove my medical credentials. Give me 5 minutes. I'm looking forward to this. Percy? In Blackadder 2, Percy and Percy, yes, it is Percy. Yes. Okay. I was like, wait, how is that proving? Then that was never 5 minutes just now. You said that at 3:33, at 30:34, you're saying Percy. I'm like, that's not proof of your medical credentials. Percy, but yes, Percy was the name that I was sifting for. In Blackadder 2, Percy and Baldric were kind of equals-ish. Percy didn't think so, though. Now, Percy, yeah. Well, so wait, does Baldric know that he's kind of gumpish? Does he get that? He seems to get that. I don't know, but Percy seemed to get it too when Baldric was, you've discovered green. He's like, oh, yeah. It took him a while, though. Hey, using peer pressure to get someone to watch Blackadder is tight. I'm going to need you to get all daggone it, I ruined it. I'm going to need you to get all the way off my back on that. Okay, let me get off that thing. Referential humor that I'm not sure anybody else would get, but I'm guessing you get because I'm pretty sure you were using it as well. Oh, using peer pressure to get someone to watch Blackadder is tight. Yeah, and so, yeah, it's good stuff there. Good stuff. Look up Baldric adding. Oh, wait, that's not you. Is it YouTube? Oh, I guess it is YouTube. All right. Well, last time it worked. So,
Right, Maury.
oh,
Let's try again, shall we?
I mean, it's YouTube on YouTube. I'm sure it's okay.
If I have 2 beans, and then I add 2 more beans, what do I have?
Some beans.
Yes and no. Let's try again, shall we? I have 2 beans, then I add 2 more beans. What does that make?
A very small casserole.
Baldric, the ape creatures of the Indus have mastered this. Now try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many are there?
3.
What?
And that one.
3 and that one. So if I add that one to the 3, what will I have?
Oh, some beans.
Yes. To you, Baldric, the Renaissance was just something that happened to other people, wasn't it?
Edmund, come quickly. The Queen wants to see you.
What?
I said, Edmund, come quickly. The Queen wants to see you.
What are you wearing round your neck?
Okay.
It's my
I'm just going to say this right now. We Americans have been robbed. And look, I mean no offense to Mr. Bean as a character. But the fact that that is mostly what, at least over here, to the best of my knowledge, what crap? Mr. Bean, what is his actual name? How do I not know this? I'm going to think of it before you tell me. Rowan Atkinson. Ha ha! See, why this is why I don't bother catching up with chat, because when I actually need you and I'm actually on time, crickets. Still. I get Rowan Atkinson. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Denise. Thank you. 17 minutes ago, I needed that answer. But Rowan Atkinson, the fact that we were like, I don't know if the UK pushed it or we just imported nothing but Mr. Bean. I'm not against Mr. Bean, but this man is genuinely, now granted, I don't know if he wrote Blackadder, if he helped write it, or if he was just, a beneficiary of good writing. But like, this is funny. Mr. Bean to me is like, okay, I could take it or leave it. I'm not necessarily big on the physical humor stuff. But this is actually funny. So, I see him and I'm thinking, oh, it's going to be another silent film, expressions and whatever, which, is all well and good. Again, he's a national treasure. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that, but it's just not my type of humor. So I see it and go, okay, I'm not gonna like it. But then I see that and I'm like, that's funny. Now they yeah. Well, and I hate to say this, but like my only beef, the only sketch that I can recall, at least in Holy Grail, that for me went on a little too long was the, and they even admitted that it was completely improvised, or mostly improvised. The, not to let you or anyone else in the room. No, keep him in here until you or anyone else, just you, just me, just you, get back. Right. All right, we'll stand here before you get back. Don't let anyone in. And like, I feel like that was a good bit for like 30 seconds, but it went on for like an hour. And I was like, that was the only beef I had with it. Like the whole movie. That's the only part of it. I'll just kind of fast forward. I'm like, okay, we got it here. They stopped just shy of that. They took it, they went around, and then he devolved into the, did the whole thing. But because there's only so much you like, unless you have a really funny way of restating it in a way that is different. If it's just kind of like the same, okay, you're just going to say, anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. I do know what I'm saying, but I'm not articulating it very well, and it's totally fine. But that was funny. That's my point. Okay, I'll send that advanced mathematics clip to you, Schward. This day shall be known as Australian Accent Achieved Day. Triple A. There we go. Like in Schward, AAA. See? Yeah. Australian Accent Achieved Day. AAA Day. Trip A Day. Trip a Day? That sounds Australian. Trip a Day. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, no. But yes, what is it? Oh, the 29th of August. Remember this day, folks. Next year, I expect to have a celebration. I need to see AAA Day to commemorate what went down. Now, if I don't write it down, I guarantee I'll never remember it, but still. I forgot to establish my medical credentials. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. That makes me Notting Hill. That's the only movie I could think of that actually has where that line is actually in there. Whoopsie daisies. Who says whoopsie daisies? You said whoopsie daisies. No, I didn't. No, because who says whoopsie daisies anymore? Nobody. Yeah, not except for school children and something else. Just trust me, bro. We were all waiting. No, you weren't. Surely we were. Oh yeah, watch Baldric adding. What? I'm sorry. Was it not over? I'm sorry.
Like a bird who swallowed a plate.
It was over.
It's the latest fashion.
It was over. I could tell it was over. Like the meat of it was over. I'm not a Mr. Bean fan. Oh, let me feign surprise, Eliza. Golly day, I swear to God, I'm and it's hard for me because you were born first. So I feel like I'm just a knockoff Eliza. God was like, you know how like video game palette swaps, like for the longest time, Luigi wasn't really his own character. He was just a palette swap of Mario. I feel like God was just like, you know what? Or it could be a compliment. God was like, you know what? Eliza, I did such a bang up job with Eliza. I'm just going to make a few little tweaks here and there. We're going to do a, change the sex. That should be enough of a difference. And there we go. Like it was just, because of course, because if you did like Mr. Bean, we'd disagree on something. Or, yeah, boy. I found Mr. Bean overhyped. Even Denise! Wow, yeah, I don't, okay, good, because I really, because look, I will be the first to admit, there are plenty of things. Royal Ten, pretty much anything by the, whatever they called brothers, the people who did Royal Tenenbaums and they're like this, they're supposed to be comedy, but I don't find them funny. I just don't know. So, and I'm not saying nobody else should. I'm just saying, who did the Royal Tenenbaums? I got to remember. Royal Tenen. Come on. Wes Anderson. Yeah. I don't think there's a single Wes Anderson movie that I've found to be entertaining in the least. And I hate to say that because there are people that swear by almost everything he does. Bottle Rocket, I think, was another one he did. I was like, I just don't get it. They're not funny. They're too off kilter to be taken seriously, but they're not so off kilter that they're funny. I just don't get them. I don't get it all. Like Royal Tenenbaums, I watched it like 3 times. I was like, what am I supposed to be doing in this movie? Like, honestly, it's the same thing with Bill Murray. I don't get Bill Murray. I don't know why people think he's so funny. I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying you're stupid if you think he's funny. I'm just going, I don't get Bill Murray. Like, he's adequate. Like, if you watch him in Ghostbusters, he's one of the Ghostbusters. You watch him in Groundhog Day, he's okay in there. Apparently he was a jerk on set, but like, I just don't get when people are like, oh, he's so funny, he's so hilarious. I think he comes off as more of a git in most of his stuff than he does like comedy. He just seems very disinterested all the time. And I don't find that particularly difficult to pull off. Anyway, so I say all that not to justify it. All I'm saying is I know there are things definitively where like people are like, Bill Murray's a god. If you don't think Bill Murray is funny, then you're just not God-like, or you don't like God, or you don't like nature, you don't like the world, you don't like people, you hate babies and dogs, which the last part is kind of true. But anyway, so I'm just saying, I understand that I'm in a minority of people who don't think Wes Anderson or Bill Murray are particularly funny or engaging. But it is nice to know that there are some things where it seems like the entire world is going, yeah, Mr. Bean's awesome. And then have people say, overrated, didn't really like it. I'm like, okay, well, there's something that I didn't particularly like that I felt I was missing out on, that I was unable to get the humor, and I'm not alone in that. Well, and yeah, and I'm sure, like, honestly, like there is some physical comedy that will make me laugh. Some of them, but not an entire shtick, and same thing. Honestly, Chris Farley, he questioned his acting chops later on, and unfortunately, I think that was part of what led him to the alcohol, and I think there was a drug overdose. It might have been just like alcohol, but like I don't find being big and loud funny. I'm not besmirching it. Like I said, we don't get to pick what we think is funny. If I watch something and I don't laugh, it's not because I'm being a jerk or I'm like, oh, I don't like that. I'm just like, it just didn't strike me as particularly funny. And other people, they start busting out laughing. I don't think of them and go, you're a bunch of idiots. It's just like, it struck you as funny. At a right timing, a freaking raspberry, a fart noise can make me chuckle. I feel a little Neanderthal minded, but it's there. I'm like, I didn't choose to laugh at it. It just made me laugh the way it's. There was a bit they used to have that was called like the farting preacher, and it would be very, very, very intense and passionate evangelicals. I'm not going to weigh in on the validity of what they were saying at any given point in time, but they did a lot of this, and they did a lot of this, and a lot of different expressions that went really well with flatulence, and those did make me laugh. Not always, and I you watch two, and you're like, okay, I got it. Anyway. But all that to say, there are certain things. There are Chris Farley bits or sketches or whatever that make me chuckle. But usually it's because it's contrasted with a straight man like David Spade or something. It's not just, oh, he's big and he's whatever. And I mean, he did. Chris Farley was like, do I have any acting chops at all? Like, and I'm guessing he probably did. Because, I mean, there are moments in Tommy Boy where he kind of, but it's like not more so than your average Joe. Like your average actor, we'll call it the average actor. Like there are some actors who are like, this guy's really good at drama. Like this guy has great comedic timing. This gal has great comedic timing. They're amazing in comedic roles. I think those are a smaller group of people. But then you have, this person's an action hero, or plays that genre very well. Sylvester Stallone kind of did pretty well. Like in Rocky, you get, well, not Rocky itself. Rocky itself was more of a drama, but then he parlayed that into a more action career, and you're like, okay, well, he had the chops for, like, at least the first Rambo had some decent bits of acting in there, and Rocky had some good bits of acting, and then okay, then he can play just the action hero guy. He pulls that off okay. But there are some actors where it's like, okay, they can do serious, which is nice. It means they've got a diverse skill set, but there's probably another actor who's like, that's really what they do really, really well. That would be better for that role than trying to put somebody who's mostly known for their comedy into a serious role. That said, Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind with Jim Carrey, Kate Winslet, and Elijah Wood, I thought Jim did a great job in that. Again, was he uniquely qualified? No. But I think for someone trying to do serious, I think he pulled that off pretty well. Anyway, I've gone off on a tangent. Let me make sure I catch up. Even though Chad isn't very helpful when I'm asking for help, I think Mr. Bean got overhyped as they made him into a movie. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they did, didn't they? What is it? How many did they do? Was it just one? Oh no, okay. And see that's just I just don't need to see it. Hot Shots Part 2. Did you guys ever watch that? He plays, I can't remember the character's name, but he actually speaks in that one. And that was the first time that I was like, oh, this guy, Mr. Bean's actually kind of funny. Because I see this and I'm like, nope. Like, he looks like a cross between Pee Wee Herman and something scary. Not to say that Rowan Atkinson is scary, but that look right there, that is Paul Rubin. Okay, no, it's just he's either British Paul Rubin, especially Paul Rubin now. Paul Rubin back then was really, really lean, but like, to me, it's now granted. I mean, he's doing the expression, and Paul Rubin's we're just seeing him normal. Oh, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, bottom line is, I thought they did a series. I thought it was a series of movies, but it was apparently just the number. And then the freaking what was the Mr. Bean car? What is that called? It's a BMW or a knockoff BMW. It's Mr. Bean's car. They did it in The Italian Job. The Minis, yeah, the Mini. Which was it was a joke. It was a goof, and then Italian Job tried to make it awesome. I mean, and they kind of they rebranded it. I mean, that does look much more formidable, but still not a great investment, at least over here, because it's still like BMW, still like other imports that are great performers, but when they go to the shop, they're going to put you out of house and home. I'm still number one. Oh, no, you're not. Wait, now I remember ChatGPT told us you existed. Wait. True, though. Trip a day is this day. Trip a day? Trip a day. Oh, triple A. Trip a day. Trip a day is this day. It's like the line from Independence Day. We will not go quietly into the night. We will remember this day as Trip A Day. And I already forgot what Trip A Day is. Oh, Australian accent. Achievement? Awareness? I think it was achievement. Look, it's the symbol. It's not, it's more than just an achievement. It's a symbol. It's a symbol of our humanity conquering stupidity and memory shortages and stuff to be all we can be as human beings. Independence Day. Of course you do, Eliza. I mean, it is kind of nice to know that the moment that I have a thought, either there's somebody else in the world who has that exact same thought, had that exact same thought, or would have the exact same thought. There is something very comforting in that. Like my thoughts are never alone. I mean, it's a two-way street. It's like there is no, it's never been the other way around either. But yeah, just if I'm like, am I the only one who thinks this? I'm like, nope. All I got to do is send Eliza a message and be like, Eliza, this is what I think about this. And she's like, yeah. I went on, I sent a 4-page letter to my boss 4 years ago telling him that exact same thing. Here's that 4-page letter. I'll be like, of course. Yes, but I don't exist, so you're still the first me from a certain point of view. Exactly. So you're saying I'm the first. Okay, yes, that's very true. That is from a certain point. Yeah. Which is a nice callback to last Friday where there was oh no, it's 4:00. Goodbye, Eliza. Gotta get back to work. Have a good one. And yes, it's a symbol of AAA, not the A's themselves. Wait, I missed it. But daggone it, I missed it by a minute or two. But thank you, Eliza. Thank you. Good seeing you again. And hopefully we'll be talking on Sunday, perhaps. Hey, I lost my number one crown. The timing, though. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yay. Okay, I'm still the number one me. My crown says so. And there you go. I lost it. We were meant to be, supposed to be, but we lost it. Oh, gosh. Apologies. Shenanigans. Indeed. But for humorous thing, I don't know how Ugnip reclaimed it because he still hasn't taken back his scorn for the Fahrenheit system. You hear that, Google? I know you hear everything. He hasn't repented. He hasn't recounted his mean-spirited words defaming our lauded temperature determination system. Who got it asking for a friend? Somebody. Where's Honey Badger, Edmorn, and Baldric? Baldric, yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, because what's his Edmorn, aka Michael Bailey, is a big fan of Dariloth's channel, which, let me see if I can find that here. YouTube. I think it's just at Dariloth. But I think he does, like, because he would. That's him. Oh, no, I'm not subscribed anymore. I'll just change that. I may have taken off because I thought, I don't know. But anyway, he does. Oh, it doesn't look like he's streaming now. But I know, like, last time he was watching, like, Dariloth was doing a stream. So, I mean, obviously, it could be any number of things. But, yeah, and I was doing that just in case you guys want to check it out. I'm not trying to hoard viewers or anything if you enjoy. But I think he's branched out. Well, here you go. An Elder Scrolls rant. Welcome to the Elder Scrolls. Let's see what's the latest and greatest. 1 month ago. Okay. Should you play Oblivion Remastered? But there you go. If you like Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, that kind of thing, Baldric, Darloth is good. And if you want to see, I'm guessing he's kept all of his yep, Duke Star, Thin White Duke Star. They that there, yeah. So if you like Legends, he's got another good channel but he actually would like create cool decks and play cool decks, and you can see they're 2-3 hours long each. Anyway, I know Michael Bailey would hang out with him, and I think he was doing some streaming before. Yeah, there you go. See, and it's actually like focused on something. So anyway, but yeah, Honey Badger is we've just, I think, life or what have you. He makes cameos these days. He's out and about in the wide world doing things. So it's to see Honey Badger in the wild is a rare thing. Usually I can summon him if I start talking schmack about the prequels or about, what's the other one that he really likes? The Hobbit movies. If I start talking schmack about either of those, generally I can summon him. It's like when Denise falls asleep and I say, Denise loves Thorana. I can summon her back from her anywhere she is, really. She could be unconscious, comatose. And I just say, Denise loves Thorana. She's like, you get no. I can't get no. I'm distracted by the mention of pandas. So it's not even, squirrel. It's, mention of squirrel. That's taking distraction to a whole new level. They're celebrating 29 August. Surely something in U.S. Yeah, I think didn't they say like almost every day now is some kind of day? They've made every day something. It's like, today's National Chocolate Chip Day. Today's National Raisin Day. For some reason, I'm thinking about cookies. Like, I'm gaining weight and I'm not even eating sugary foods. Like, I am only eating actual meals, like home cooked meals, and I'm still gaining weight. I thought if I went in, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to snack on stuff. I'm not going to eat sugar. I'm not drinking alcohol. I should at least stay about the same. Maybe I'm not going to lose weight, but I shouldn't be gaining anything. I'm still gaining just because I'm eating too much of a good thing, apparently. That is true. That is true, Eliza. If they are going to come, it's usually right after you leave or as you're leaving. Rowan Atkinson like Blackadder better too. And for good reason. It's actually pretty darn comical. So we're all helping you keep up with the chat better. Yes, I see. By being very silent. I'm still awake, Gugnip. That evil witch. See, there we go. We are keeping the fort. Yeah, honestly, I mean, but I think if I remember correctly, the past 2 or 3 weeks, after probably 5, it's usually Michael Bailey and like Lagmeister or somebody that I end up having a conversation with. Like, so yeah, usually if there's going to be thick conversation, it usually happens between now and 5, and then it kind of tapers off. Right. Yes, Denise, it does. But I'm eating, you got to remember, I have an in-house chef. She's my mother first and foremost, but she loves to cook. And she is big on, like, we're going to be, we're getting an actual mill, not like a big one, but like a personal mill. She's going to make her own bread, like get the actual grainy stuff and do it. So she's like, you can eat like real good bread that's not processed flour, all that kind of stuff. She's like, you can eat a good chunk of that because it doesn't have all this other crap in there, no bleach or whatever. We don't have that just yet, but so like she shops, everything's organic or, as close to just being picked off the vine, or, we do meat. So, but it's like a piece of a cow. Like, it's like, okay, from butcher to freezer, it doesn't go to the store. So while that is true, we are very much aware of that, and we are eating accordingly. Like there's even ramen out there that's not like the traditional ramen. It's you have to make your own broth, which is fine because you cook a chicken and you just use literally the broth that comes from cooking that chicken, the juices of the chicken. But it is what is it? Broth, chicken. What are we talking about? Anyway, the ramen. But the noodles are made out of like powdered mushroom and something that's not pasta, cauliflower, something like that. So it's not even real pasta. So we do stuff like that. But again, I think it's just the portion size. That's the only good thing about not being a good cook is like, I would always have to weigh the pros and cons of like, do I want to make something to eat or do I just want to not eat anything? Because, you know, if I'm going to go to the kitchen, it's an ordeal because I suck at cooking. It's not fun for me. I'm not good at it particularly. I can burn things that should not be burned. I can ruin things that should not be ruined. It's a gift. My burden. So there were days where I would actually have fewer calories just because I didn't feel like cooking. But when you've got a chef who makes a lot of great food all the time, what are you going to say? No? That just seems wrong. Especially when you've, living on my own most of my life, I got used to not eating good food on the regular. So anyway, that's part of the problem. It's good food and it doesn't have a lot of the sugar and stuff in it. But if you eat, it's still calories. That's the problem here. Oh, no matter what anybody says about diets or whatever, if you take in more calories than you burn, you gain weight. That's just the way it is. That's just how it works. I don't think there's a way to circumvent that. But then you exercise to offset that because you're burning more calories. And so if you burn more than you eat, then you lose weight or you can stabilize. So even if it's good calories, if I'm not portion controlling the way I should be, then I'm because I think I can only have 1,800 calories a day being sedentary like this, where I'm not really doing a whole lot. Now you can tack on another 1,000 if I'm actually like doing the workout that I should be doing and everything, in which case I'll probably be at a 200 to 500 calorie deficit most days. But if I'm not adding on that 1,000 calorie burn, I'm just packing on the pounds. Doesn't your bread taste sweet? I mean, there are certain breads that do, like Hawaiian bread, that are sweetened. There's honey bread or honey something bread that can be honey wheat, I think it's called. But just like general bread, or the bread we get, no. I haven't had anything like sweet bread in a while. I guess buns might taste kind of sweet, but we've largely stepped away from, and by me I mean our family. We've largely stepped away from that kind of thing. Yeah, he has a new comedy series. You can't start Clueless in the kitchen, right? Yeah. Well, that was kind of the joke of was it the first video I did on my channel? One of the first ones that I posted, which was the Bachelor show, the cooking episode. That's what that was. That was supposed to be me. Like, honestly, it looks like a joke, but that's actually how I made my spaghetti. Oh, not even spaghetti. It was shells and cheese, I guess is what you call it. Like, I couldn't even make spaghetti right because I'm using the wrong noodle, because spaghetti is named after the noodle. Like, champagne or wine is named after the place where it's made. Usually your pasta dish is named by the noodle. Fettuccine Alfredo is fettuccine noodles in Alfredo sauce. Spaghetti is supposed to be spaghetti noodles with bolognese or meat sauce. So somehow I ruined spaghetti right off the jump by making it with shells. And then, it would just be mixing whatever tomato sauce, pre-made tomato sauce I had, and throwing in chunks of ground beef. Like that was it. And it really made a pasta loaf. It was literally a chunk of whatever. It was good. Well, for my taste, it was good the day that I made it. And then after that, once you refrigerated it, it dried out and just became like a big brick, and you just nibbled on your brick. But yeah, I'm sure with an actual production level approach, it could actually be a pretty amusing series. But unfortunately, when my only idea is let me just cook the way I normally cook, and it's probably going to turn out horrible. And then I have to figure out how to set up a camera in the kitchen and make sure the microphone. That was my problem when I first did stuff. I was using a Logitech. I don't remember what it was. It was like 20 frames per second, 15 frames per second. This is like in the early days of webcams. So that was brutal. And then just using the audio from the microphone in the computer, which was god awful. AI helped. I did a revision of it with AI helping to bring out the audio quality, but it was hard back then. So if I were to do it now, I probably could, but I'd have to use a GoPro, and I think GoPros actually have pretty good mics these days. A pity Antoine no longer. Oh yeah, Antoine. That was it. I was like, I remembered. Purple amethyst. Oh gosh, gold amethyst. Was that his name? Golden amethyst. I remember it was no. It couldn't be gold because it translated as essentially golden amethyst or golden purple. Anyway, but yeah, I forgot that was his real name. Inu, hello. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the party, pal. Oh my gosh, my nose is red. Oh. It's a reason we don't import U.S. foods. You know, here's the thing, Ugnip. I'm surprised how much you guys still do import. Well, I don't know about you guys. It's not a universal thing, but the amount of stuff that gets exported. Like, look, there was a time, yes, where our movies and TV shows, I can't compare them to anything, but I was like, we had some good ones. Nowadays, I don't know why the heck any country would import anything. There's a lot of really crappy stuff that comes out of this country that like we have to deal with and y'all shouldn't have to, but it gets exported anyway. And it's stupid. But I'm glad you don't import our food because it is pretty wretched. And now we don't know that typically unless you're like, it's just like, oh, Kraft macaroni and cheese. And it's like, oh, it's all processed. That said, I mean, this is a worldwide thing, essentially trying to just kill off human beings. So I like the sugar part may not be there, but I'm pretty sure globally the quality of food has gone down incrementally and maybe unnoticeably. Like I said, I don't think it's as noticeable, but I'd venture to guess there's plenty of toxic, nasty crap in a lot of the foods. You got to go out of your way to get stuff that isn't loaded. Ametista Dorada, yes. Good memory, Denise. Good call. Yes, Ametista Dorada. That's it. Yep. But yeah, we haven't seen him since I think even before the last Legends episode or stream. I think he was gone about a week before. But before that, it was like every week we had at least one recipe from Antoine. The Italian. Just got home from match. We won 7-0. Whoa. Congratulations. That's not a game. It's a massacre. Did they not have a full team on the field? Were you playing against a team fielded of one-legged individuals? I don't know if that's such a thing anywhere, but it sounds like it. Honestly, though, our very first game, I played soccer in middle school. Sorry, football. I played football in middle school. 8th grade. It was the only time I tried out for, well, I tried out once for football, didn't make that. I tried out once for basketball, didn't make that. But I had a sprained back too, so I don't take that one too seriously. I wouldn't have made it anyway. But I did make our middle school soccer team. And I was actually starting right fullback for about 7 games until, well, my coach never realized that shouting at me and berating me for making mistakes isn't a way to get me to play better. I just stopped caring. So I ended up just running out the rest of the season as a matter of perseverance. It's just, I'm not a competitive person. I just don't get the juices don't get flowing. If I'm going to try my hardest at something, it's going to be like some kind of survival thing. Otherwise it's like, if they want it more, let them have it, which is not a great attitude to have. I'm not a competitor. It's just not who I am. It's not how I'm wired. But anyway, all that to say, our first game was against Lake Ridge Middle School. Now, you all probably have not heard of Lake Ridge Middle School, but if you grew up in Northern Virginia, particularly in the middle school scene, you knew there was an area of Northern Virginia that had the elite. Like, you remember the Mighty Ducks movie where you had the shark, I think it was the Sharks, where they had the black jackets and the whatever and the perfect haircuts and, they were the preppy elite, whatever. We had those. There was legitimately an area in Northern Virginia where they would actually recruit players. Like, if you went to another school and you were really good, they would finesse the district or talk to the school to get that person to be able to go to one of these other schools. Like, it was ridiculous. They were the creme de la creme. Most of the people that played there played year round. They ended up, getting scholarships to go to high school for crying out loud. I don't know how that works, but anyway, Lake Ridge Middle School We played them. We lost 7-0. That was my first experience in competitive school play, was getting our butts kicked 7-0. And of course, fullback, I was still on the right side at that time. So he eventually moved me to left, which was not a good, because I can't kick with my left leg. I could dribble okay, but I couldn't kick downfield with it. I didn't grow up playing soccer. I just kind of got into it because all my friends were playing it. So when he put me on the left side, I think he switched me to that. No, he might have started me at left side. So I mean, again, that's your sideline leg, and I would have to switch it over to my right leg to kick it downfield. Anyway, I'm just saying I got burned a lot. It's not a great thing. Anyway, so I know what it feels like to be on the other side of that, and I can say we all had two legs. We were all in fact, we tied for first place in our district. It just so happened that Lake Ridge was in another district. Why we played them the first game of the season, I don't know. But luckily we didn't have to compete with them to be district champions, but we tied, and then we lost in the tiebreaker or something. I don't remember. I was kind of checked out at that point. But anyway, I'm glad you did not lose 7-0, that you in fact won 7-0. Regardless of the circumstances, that sounds like a good time. Maybe have ran up the score just a little bit. Maybe you guys could have backed off just a little. But I know you, Inu. I know you're a bloodthirsty competitor. You're like, tighten the noose. December was the last time we saw Antoine. Yeah, I wish we got to say goodbye. I think it's say goodbye to Cyburst Wizard. Puzzled he never did, really. Yeah, I mean, and again, you just got to hope. You choose to believe something. I choose to believe that life just happened. Same thing with Tiago the blacksmith. We never heard from him after a while. But I mean, admittedly, it's understandable that a lot of the friendships or communication we had was in the context of Legends. And so once that went away, or once we knew, because I think by December we knew. Oh yeah, we did. I think we knew as early as like November, didn't we, that the hammer was going to fall at the first of the year? I think we knew for like 3 months. So I think once that became clear, and it was like, okay, well, this is just not going to be around anymore. I think people shifted gears, a lot of them, and it just naturally took them off in a different direction. So I choose to believe that instead of, that something tragic happened or something nefarious, because I wondered that about Inu for a while, and then he popped back in after like 2 months. Honey Badger, same thing. Like, so most people have at least popped back in to say, hey, even if they don't stick around very long. But I think that just comes from when the big chunk of your common ground is taken away, you have a remnant, which is what we have here, of folks with, I guess, either more in common or who enjoy beyond the scope of the game. But yeah, I think that's less common. Kind of was, to be honest. Their goalkeeper was very, very strong. Otherwise, we'd have scored like 15. Well, at 13 to 14-year-olds, the younger they are, the more goals tend to happen. Okay, yeah, I guess I get that. What? Why is that? Because I'm like, okay, but I mean, don't you have to have more skills on an offense? Maybe because the goalies aren't always that good. Like, to have a really good goalie who can like pretty much cover the net and has that technique. Man, that's got to be, that's like doing stand-up. Like that has got to be one of the most terrifying positions to be in, where it's just you and like once they got your defenders beat, it's just you and them, and you've got this giant, unlike hockey. I mean, and nothing taken away from hockey, but at least when the goalie's in front of the goal, like you have to be a good shot to get it where the goalie isn't, because he's all padded up, and it pretty much, his girth takes most of the net away. Whereas like soccer, you could line up like 9 guys across the goal and they still wouldn't cover the whole thing. Well, maybe 9 guys would, but you know what I'm saying? It's a big space. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you pretty much just have to anticipate where you think they're going to kick it. Like, you can't react because the ball just goes so fast and it can curve and everything. You just have to kind of look at how they're approaching the ball and just reflexively move in a way. And if you're diving to the right and you're a little low, you can put your hand up if you see it going higher and knock it out of the way. But I don't know. I haven't watched enough soccer to know for sure. I've just heard that it's just really hard to to just do it. And I'm just surprised more guys don't smack into the goal posts. You see them diving and doing all this stuff. It's like, that'd be my luck. I'd smash my collarbone on the goal post. But honestly, that's a position, the only position I probably would have really, really liked, because you get to use your hands. I like catching and throwing. You know, that's why American football appeals to me. But man, just when it's just like, at least as a fullback, sometimes you got the sweeper or the stopper, or I don't even know. I don't know if they call it the same thing in Europe in football, but you usually have typically at least one other guy back there, or the left side fullback is kind of crossed in the middle, and then you got the goalie behind you. So if you get burned, there's still a chance it's going to be okay, and you can come from behind and try to do a clean slide tackle. But you're the goalie, man. Right or wrong, it looks like you're the one who gave up the goal. But anyway, my cat Magic is a good goalie. Shot a play for England. Now, what are we basing that on, Denise? Because I'm not going to besmirch Magic, but I'm curious what makes a cat a good goalie. Obviously, we're doing this. This is not serious. I don't think you're actually suggesting Magic should play goalie, but what does Magic do cat-wise that translates into a skill that you see as making her a viable goalie contender? I was actually a left fullback because I frequently use my left. Oh, nice. It's harder to find left. And if you start early enough, most of my friends could kick with both. They were stronger with one, but they were okay with the other. I was balls with my left foot. Left foot, ball, left foot. Anyway, I was horrible with my left foot. It was good for getting the ball to my right foot. That was about it. But good for you, man, because that's a harder position to fill. I mean, I think that's why I ended up starting left, because I was good defensively. Like I was okay as kind of a, keeping up with people and everything, and knocking the ball away and stuff. But there was a guy who was better than me at fullback, and he was a right footer too. So they put him in the strongest position for what he was doing. And I was like, all right, well, you're good at defense. You're just not great at clearing the ball, but we can work on that or whatever. I remember shanking it out of bounds like 2 or 3 times, clearing it out, which is still better than, them having a fast break on offense. But ideally, I need to be getting to the halfback, or hey, maybe even the striker. Who knows? When I was logging into Tesla, people would often confide in me about their life outside. I often wonder how they are now, but those I was closest to, we are still in touch. And that's kind of the way I feel about it. I mean, Denise, you were the social glue, the socialite among socialites in the Tesla community. So I think you had far more interaction with people than I ever did. Although, I mean, I will say the Tesla community is pretty open. Like I talked to A-Ross, oh, by the way, that reminds me, if anybody within the sound of my voice knows someone who is who plays Magic and who does some kind of content about it, it can be Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and anything where you are a content creator, so kind of thing, and you like Magic, and especially if you know like the lore and everything. Cryptic Commander, who, if anybody remembers, he was the one who, when I first got into Magic, he jumped on stream with us for a couple hours and helped, kind of help familiarize us with the game, and I should say me, and then anybody who happens to be watching. Anyway, really cool guy. He started a new game show type deal where it's like trivia, like Magic the Gathering trivia. He had an episode. It's all online, so it's not quite, like when you think of like a game show where you got like a studio and everything. It's all online, but he's looking for people. And I think I sent out a feeler to A-Ross because I know he's playing, and I think he's doing content as well. And so he might be joining in. I pass on the information. Hopefully they'll be able to connect. But if anybody knows or is a Magic the Gathering content provider and you want to, I think he does it on the weekends, probably Sunday evening. I'm not entirely sure. He might be willing to work with different times, but he's trying to get that off the ground. And so I said I would mention it here to see if anybody wants to. So you can either reach out to me and I can connect you with them or what have you. But like I said, hopefully A-Ross will be there. But like I remember talking with Andy, and pretty much anybody I got to do a spotlight with, we'd end up filming for like 3 hours and the video would only be like an hour because that was the only, that was the gameplay and when they were talking about the game. But a lot of folks were happy to just normal folks, just talking about life and things that were going on. It wasn't like, oh, let's just talk about the game, man. Let's keep focused on the game. Like there was a lot of good conversations, but nowhere near as much or nowhere near as deep or involved as you are, Denise. That's for sure. It's team-based defending, and also usually adult center backs are tanks who don't mess around and clear the ball. Okay, children are more naive and easily discouraged or put off by strong offensive players. Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. I'm just thinking, I'm like, I just the amount of the kind of footwork you have to have and the mastery of ball control you have to get in, because really defending, at least I'm speaking from an eighth grader's perspective. I'm speaking from the recollection of an eighth grader's perspective on the sport. Playing defense was largely about containment, patience, not stabbing at the ball. Because if you stab at the ball against somebody who handles the ball well, they'll just go right around you and you're screwed. So you're trying to keep them out of the center of the field, keep the ball away from the center of the field, contain them in that area. Don't stab at the ball. Wait for the right opportunity. Wait for them to make that mistake. Strike the ball and get it out. Slide tackling. I used to love slide tackling. Very, very fun. You do it legally. It's a beauty to watch. It feels really good. Chase the ball down, hustle, never give up on the ball kind of thing. But it wasn't like you didn't have to necessarily be incredibly deft. You didn't have to, I didn't have a ton of coordination back then. I could run, I could catch. Obviously catching wasn't really going to do me any good in soccer or football. But I could run and I could not stab at the ball. So that kind of, that made me uniquely qualified to play. Whereas I feel like offense, for you to get past the halfbacks, past the fullbacks and any, the strike, or what do you call it? The center back and the goalie, you gotta be pretty good. You gotta have the right footwork and good ball control. And I just imagine that would be rarer or less developed, maybe by 13, I guess. So cause yeah, 8th grade, I was, yeah, that's okay. I was okay. Never mind. Yeah, no, cause I was 13 in 8th grade or 14, right? Yeah, I was 10 in 5th grade. Yeah. 11, 12, 13. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, there were definitely kids who had amazing ball control at the age of 13 or 14. Cause I think 8th grade was my last time I played soccer at all. I played in a bunch of league stuff. And even back then you had guys that could dribble, not dribble. What do you call that? Juggle, juggle 50 times. Most I could do was 25 or 30. You got guys that could juggle all day long, backwards and forwards with their eyes closed. So there were guys at that age. I guess I'm thinking maybe probably 7 to 10-year-olds maybe don't have as much ball control, but yeah, by the age of 13, they got plenty of ball control. Magic is great at catching a ball midair. Definitely goalie material. I mean, that really is a requisite. Yeah, it's unfortunate she's not more human. Otherwise, she might have had a good career. She sails through the air and catches the ball mid-flight. Precision predator. Exactly. Yeah, no, we can't forget. There are many versions of the mighty panther and the leopard and the cheetah and even the lion. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are different classes. I don't remember. Phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Phylum is biggest. Class, order, family. I think they're different species, but they're the same genus. I don't remember. Biology was... Don't tell Michael Bailey I said this, but biology largely. I found it more interesting and accessible than chemistry and physics, certainly. But it was another one of those classes. Okay, I'm getting through it. But anyway, I think they have a lot more in common with their more feral and intimidating versions. They're just tiny. That's if you if you watch a documentary on lions, especially a lioness where they don't have the mane, and then you see your cat, you're just you're just a tiny version of that. You're just like a little micro machine, you're a little baby version of that. And Magic, especially I got black cats, they're like miniature panthers. Little baby panthers. A. Ross is always entertaining. Indeed. Indeed. And he's good at what he does. How much to sign Magic, Denise? I will probably lose my goalie to the academy as he is amongst the best in our region. Wait. Oh, how much to sign Magic? I will probably lose my goalie to the academy as he is amongst the best in our region. Look, you're the coach. You need to tell him to cool his jets a little bit. Be like, let one in once in a while. Don't you want to be on my team anymore? Make him feel bad about leaving and about losing. Be like, look, man, don't be a selfish. Be a team player. I know it seems like you're all alone in that goalie box, but you gotta be a team player. You gotta make sacrifices for the team. And in this case, it means sucking a little bit more so that you don't get poached from our lineup. So I'm gonna need you, if we're winning 7-0, I'm gonna need you to let a few slip past. And don't worry, I'll vouch for you. I'll tell the scouts you're doing it, for the good of the game. You're good because you know what, we believe in valuing the feelings of our opponents, and we don't want them to feel bad at getting blown out 7-0. We think it's bad for the sport. It makes the sport look bad. We'd rather have a 7-5 victory. Make it look close. Make it look like it was a good game. Make it look, I mean, granted, it was a good game for your team, but not a good game to watch. And you just, honestly, you look kind of selfish blocking all their shots. Like, think about how they feel. Every time you block a shot, their confidence and their esteem goes down just a little bit more. And is that really the kind of goalie you want to be? If you want, you can just clip that and send it to your goalie from Schwartz's mouth himself. Schwa triple ARD. That's me. And you tell him I was a competitor at his age. I was there doing things for 7 games and then I stopped. Yep. Nope. Absolutely. Beowulf. Yes. 100%. I did it because honestly, like initially Beowulf, I was going to say, hey, I'm sorry I hit you up so late. Let's push it off by a week. But I feel like I've been doing that to a lot of people, like having to backtrack, saying, no, let's do this. And then going, I can't. Cause when you got your head up your butt, like I have for the past week or two, it happens a lot. Cause you're not thinking clearly. You're not thinking straight. And you're like, oh crap. I just, hey, look, I've got 12 hours of work. I can either do 4 hours for 3 days, which is pretty manageable. Not bad at all. I can work 4 hours in, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours at night. We're good to go. Or I can not do anything on the first day and have to cram 6 hours in the last 2 days. Well, guess what decision I made? So I was going to say, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to back out. So I wanted to at least give it a chance, but 100% on the week that we're going to do it, I will let you know by Tuesday at the latest. Hey, would like to do this on Friday. Do you have the availability? Let's find a time this week to work out the Discord thing. Maybe have our conversation on Discord first to make sure you got the technical side of it down, and then we'll roll with it on Friday. So yeah, no worries about that. It was kind of a last minute thing. I was kind of figuring you knew, but like I said, I didn't want to bail completely on it, especially because I know we have it on record. We have it on chat where Dano said, if Schwartz plays it a little bit, I'll jump in too. So there's a lot of pressure here to bring Eternal to the masses. We need to fill up that on that Discord right now. It's only got your name. You're like, hey, Eternal, sweet. Here's my screen name. Crickets. We need more people playing. But hello, Beowulf. Great. I'm gonna mail you the contract with an upfront payment. Is this for wait, Magic can't be bribed to play with a can be. Magic can be bribed to play with a bag of Dreamies cat treats. That's not bribery, Denise. That's just payment. Don't make it tawdry. Don't make it illicit. That's just called, good business right there. Goods in exchange for services. You get an ace in the hole goalie, and she gets her Dreamies cat treats. I would have to remind you that I am coaching the youth squad of a professional club, so some smaller region clubs obviously do not stand a chance against us. My boys are great. Look, my substitute keeper played this game, by the way. Look, you can make up all the... I'm just trying to say, you want to keep your team together, you got to get them to play ball the right way, which is not looking awesome sometimes. Like, I'm sure that's the plot of some villainous sports movie. Actually, no, it's not even. It's a Major League 2. Tank the team. Well, she wanted to tank the team so that they could move. She could move them to another city because in Miami, she wanted to take them down to Miami. They were in Cleveland. It was the Cleveland Indians because it's Major League 2. She wanted them to tank so that she could move the team. I think the first one. And then that's kind of the plot of Ted Lasso, at least the first season, which is, to me, is really the best season. I think they could have left it with that season. They could have, if they had another episode to tie a few things up. I think the first season of Ted Lasso is amazing, and they kind of just get worse from there. But that's like the whole premise of that. She's throwing it, but not to move the team. She's throwing it to screw her ex-husband over, to drive that team to the ground. All I'm saying is it's definitely a villain through line. I'm not trying to doll it up and say you're going to be the good guy in this, but it's about the W, right? Well, if you look at it, you can either win a few games by blowouts and then lose all those great players that allowed you to win those games, or you can win a lot of games by artificially close margins that will keep your entire team intact and allow them to play at a competitive level for a lot longer. You got to think big picture, you got to think down the road. You got to think sinister. This is about football. There is no greater calling in life than playing football. We know this. You want to play, it's life and death here, man. You want to play it and have it played well, you need to get your players on the ball. Or, the substitution was a good call. Unfortunately, it seems like that substitute is actually also very good. And you'd be like, look, you're trying to upstage the main goalie. He's not going to like that. He's probably going to come to me to get somebody to put a hit out on you. So play less good so that we can put you in a second string more. We don't want to have two goalies competing for the same job. And there's Baldrick. Let's see. Just think how demoralizing it will be for your opponents when they can't get a goal. Past a little black cat. Magic is superb at catching balls. Now, Denise, I just have to ask you, though, how big, these balls that you're referring to, how big are they? Because here's the thing. Cats are not necessarily, especially domestic cats, are not necessarily known for their size. So on average, I would say when our cats curl up, to sleep, they're about the size of a soccer ball. Football. And there's a whole complex size and matter and all that kind of stuff. But if there's a ball the size of a cat coming at a pretty swift velocity, I'm thinking a cat-sized object isn't going to do a whole lot, even if she puts her paws up and her claws out. I'm guessing the balls she bats away are probably proportionally. Like, it may be a cat-sized football, but a human-sized football versus cat, I don't know that that's going to turn out the way we think. I'm just looking out for Magic. That's all. I just don't want to see Magic get hurt, because it sounds like you and Inu already have this whole contract thing in the works already. He's probably faxed it over to your office, and Magic's probably all excited. I'm just trying to make sure that your cat doesn't end up in the hospital or the vet with soccer ball related injuries. Not my problem, I guess. I see. No compassion, no empathy for your opposition. I see how it is. I can't remember his IGN number, but we'll ask him to add GB Wolf. Cool. I didn't know Yum Yum was playing too. That's good. That's good to know. I met a few good guys there too. It's a small community. But I never wait more than 2 minutes for a game. That almost sounds perfect, honestly. a community that small where you may have to wait for a game, but if the game is still alive and there are enough play, I mean, because you think about it, I mean, it was kind of crazy. Like in my mind, thinking back, it was crazy that you could almost instantly queue into a game almost at any time. Obviously, there were some days, especially when I was streaming, damn it, where there could be lapses where nobody was playing. But for the most part, even when it was on its last legs, there were enough global players where you could hop into a live game almost any time of the day, which is impressive. So, man, I mean, if you do have to wait more than like 20 seconds for a game, that must be truly a small, tight-knit community. So yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I want to say next week for sure, but I did that last week. I don't want to go, but I'm thinking even if we don't do it next week, I would like to. That's the goal. Even if we don't, might do what we did before, where you just like feature games. Like if we can get Yum Yum, we got you, we got Denise, because this channel, at least on Fridays, could become kind of like a community hub. I don't know if anybody else is streaming the game, but if we can get enough people and make friends, Denise, that's your expertise, making friends with players. Is it the same way in Legends? Can you just send an invite after you win or lose a game? Just be like, hey, let's be buddies. But once we start doing that, I mean, it could snowball again. Kind of like the second coming of Tessel, really. But even more grassroots, because who was it that slapped me in the face last time? It was like cold bucket of water on my soul. Oh, I can't remember who it is now. Oh! Okay, I remember. I got him in my head, but I can't remember his name now. But he was like, I don't know if I'll come back or not. Maybe, but probably not. But if the really good streamers come back, then I'll definitely. Yeah, because we were talking about the rebirth, the Tesla rebirth. And it was a gentleman, I'd know his name if I saw it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. But he was like, yeah, I kind of like it, or I'd really like to play it, but I don't know. But man, if Justin Larson came back, I would totally be down. I was like, oh, I see how it is. He's like, no, it's not that you suck. It's just you suck more than Justin did. We don't even have that. I don't know that there is an Eternals community at this point, really, is there? Anyway, we can see how it goes, is my point. You missed the free car giveaway. You did, Baldrick. You did. And I know you drive because we talked about it last time. Well, you don't like to, but you do on occasionally. But yeah, Baldrick, good to see you. Hello. What did you miss? Did you want to armpit the Radetzky March or something equally impressing and weird? Oh, not yet, Baldrick. Not yet. I'm going to have a hard time beating Borderlands with my nose. But yeah, my armpits are not as supple as they used to be in my youth, where I could armpit out all kinds of Metallica and Tupac ditties and whatnot on my armpit. These days, I could barely do Happy Birthday. Unfortunately, most kids' dreams about becoming pro when they're young, and scouts are currently after 5 of my boys. Damn. Well, here's the thing. That is the other side of it, though. Look, if you become it's the same thing. Like so y'all don't know this, but American football, there are colleges that kids go to because those colleges are known for cranking out high caliber teams, players that get drafted. Like you, it's like 3 of their starting 11 offense got drafted in the NFL. If you're a college kid, like there are hundreds of colleges, but if you want to go pro, you seek out the college that has the best chance of setting you up for a professional career. So your other way, if you don't want to go with my alpha strategy, which is to, like I said, have your awesome players scale back a little to seem not so awesome, to make them a little less desirable and stick with your team longer. If you don't want to go with the alpha plan, your beta strategy is to just start cranking out, just go hyper the other way. Crank out a lot of great players, because then you get known as the squad. Hey, get on Inu's team, because Inu makes guys great. Did you know 5 guys got scouted off his team last time. Every kid's going to want to be on your team. You're going to have the aces of Austria trying to clamoring to get on your team because they know it's a shortcut to the pros because scouts are looking at you. They're looking at your boys. So that's another direction to go. Look, I usually charge for this kind of advice. I'm not going to lie, but you're a friend and I'm trying to give back to the community. So there you go. I've given you 2 very viable ways to make yourself successful. So whichever way you want to do it is up to you. I look forward to hearing about your success. But yeah, the free car giveaway. I mean, I did mention a car. I mentioned a couple cars actually. So pretty much the same as a giveaway. And yes, you missed it, Baldrick. Sorry to tell you, but that is quintessential Baldrick. And who was it? Percy. So yeah, Baldrick, I meant to tell you. So Eliza played me a Blackadder clip, the one about the bad smell or whatever it was that made it seem less like an insult to your personal hygiene and understood that it was a reference. But Percy, I think, is worse off than Baldrick. I thought Baldrick was the lowest on the totem pole on that show, but it seems Percy might be a little less. Like Baldrick seems to have some inclination that he's maybe not the biggest brain in the room, but Percy doesn't know that, which makes Percy kind of dumber. So I misjudged you, Baldrick, based on your name. I was like, all right, Baldrick's the hapless, simpleton. But I think Percy's got you beat. Magic might be Khajiit. Well, okay. Well, now Khajiit is a little bit different. Besides being fantastical, they are human size. So that would be a much more effective goalie if Magic was in fact more Khajiit and less kitty. Denise will soon ride around in a well-preserved Reliant Robin. I don't. That sounds like a gun from Borderlands. Reliant Robin. Oh, oh no, oh no, oh gosh, oh no. Why? You should have said this is not safe for work. Beowulf, why didn't you? Was it Beowulf who said that? Yes, it is Beowulf. Is it from Germany? No, I thought maybe this was from your days in Germany, but it's actually why? Oh God, why? See, this is why we got flooded. It's this right here. I guarantee you, when God brought the flood, it wasn't because of the evil of man. It's because he saw the grotesque and horrific abominations that man created and said, WTF, man, I'm going to flood. And even that stupid little boat looking thing isn't going to save them. That's the kind of stuff that brings down the wrath of the creator when you create stuff like that. Good gravy. That is unquestionably the ugliest and, for my money, dumbest thing I have ever seen in my life. If you made it a little bit smaller and a little more vertical than horizontal, it could get away as being a droid in a B movie Star Wars. God, that is the ugliest looking thing. Oh my gosh. Wow. I was thinking when I saw that, I was like, okay, either that's just a random name or it's like a Pinto. Like this makes a Pinto look like a design, a chef's kiss. It takes something to make a Pinto look like the pinnacle of engineering. I'm surprised it has. That's probably where the windshield wipers actually stop. I imagine whoever designed this car, this is where this is the resting position of the windshield wipers on this car. Not down here where most cars are. This is the natural, this is where they start and they just go up this way. My goodness gracious. Oh, that's hideous. I'm gonna get struck. I'm gonna get a community strike for YouTube for showing this thing. I mean, it looks like a Photoshop. It looks like, dude, why'd you Photoshop the wheel well? Like, this just looks dumb. Why did you take it out? Inspired by the hovercraft thing, the Luke's hover thing. We're doing their best they can to try to make it look like a hover car. Oh my gosh. And it's literally called, what is it? The Reliant Robin. They had to give it an adjective to try to sell it, because it sure as hell is not the good looking Robin. It's not the, impress your friends Robin. They just call it the Robin, and they're like, nobody's going to buy this piece of garbage. What if we call it the Reliant Robin? Oh, that sounds good. People like reliability. Why don't we call it the Super Reliant Robin? I mean, I don't know why they just didn't go the Reliant Robin. You know what that is? That's the, I bet your car has a nice personality. That is the equivalent. If you say a car is reliable, it's just like saying he or she is has a great personality. Nice. Okay, you threw me off there, Inu. I appreciate the completing the joke and the callback, but I was like, where the heck is Honey Badger? I see hello Honey Baldrick, or I saw the hey Honey. I'm like, oh, Honey Badger showed up. No, that's just a callback to Inu mistakenly saying hello to a Honey Badger who was not there, and attributing it to Baldrick. For those who didn't get the joke. But anyway, Magic can catch a medium-sized ball, and she doesn't bat them away. She catches them between her paws. Well, I guess if she attacks the ball with enough momentum, she could cancel out the velocity. I'm using big physics words here to sound like this is viable. If her trajectory and kinetic energy is enough to stop the progressive realized energy and velocity of the ball, then she could negate it, and we could be left with a state of equilibrium that could result in the ball's intended pathway being curtailed in an effective manner. But then she has to clear the ball. That's where the problem lies, Denise. I don't know how much football you watch, being in the UK and all, but she has to then be able to clear the ball downfield. If she stops it, the minute she puts it down, the guy's just going to kick it away and kick it. She's got to be able to clear it. I just don't know. I'm concerned about Magic. I really think she's being put in a no-win situation here. That's my concern. Damn, guess I'm gonna have to send an extra bag of treats to be sure. I mean, she's probably being scouted by several people. She is a well-kept secret. Eternal could be a nice background when you're not giving away cars. Well, yeah, no, especially gems like that. But yeah, in fact, I mean, I guess we could. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you two. I mean, unless you want to play, if you want to play right now, I'll load it up, and we can have that in the background now. There's no problem with that. But unless you or Denise are playing, I don't think I've got any other friends that we could watch. So that would be the only. I always enjoyed that about Tesla streams. I watched the games here and there, but it was really about the talking stories, etc. Yeah, and that was the great thing. It was kind of like it was something to keep it on track, where it was like there was always something there of quality to watch, because usually the people playing were really good. But then it's like, you could be here for the conversation or whatever, which, I mean, honestly, I appreciate the fact that it was inverted for you. It was like, hey, having the game was nice, but the conversation was really good. That's really awesome to hear. But I would, happy the other way as well, if people are just there to hang out. And it's kind of like watching baseball. You can't really go there to watch not lost the metaphor. Baseball, it's harder to watch just because almost nothing happens most of the time, and then suddenly something happens. You're like, well, something happened. Okay, it's over now. Now we can go back to talking. So it's a great social sport because you can talk most of the time without missing it. Whereas like football, even though there's like you can talk during like huddles and stuff, but as soon as they go to the line, you're laser focused in. Basketball, you're kind of watching most of the time, but baseball is a nice conversational sport. I think Tesla had more action than baseball, but it was kind of the same vibe, is what I'm trying to say. Also, Dana said he played too if you stream about it. I know, that's what I'm saying, B Wolf. There's like a lot of pressure now. Like, getting Dano involved is reliant upon us getting streaming going. I know there was a fascinating history behind those musical and overall versatile muscles of yours. Wait, what? I knew there's Yes, Baldrick, yes. Well, unfortunately, they're relaxed muscles now, perpetually relaxed, almost to the point of flabby, really, if you want to know the truth about it. But yeah, no, I used to really crank out some ditties with these bad boys. I was the toast of the town. All the men wanted to be me. The women wanted to be with me. That was how it went. It's amazing what you can, the amount of positive attention you get when you generate flatulence with your armpits. There's something sexy about it, you know? Honorary Khajiit, I mean, that works. I mean, stature-wise is probably going to be more effective, but honorary Khajiit is fine too. Well, that's what the Academy is kind of for, but we already have the reputation of being the second best way to potentially make it in the region. Well, then you just bump that up to the first best way, Inu. See, I am effectively what a consultant is. I come in and go rah, 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 and I throw around words and I give you strategies. Hey, be better. You know what? I get it. You know, a lot of people would be okay with being second best in the region. And you know what? That's a really good position to be in. And honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to go further. But as a consultant getting paid $600 an hour, I'm going to lend you my expertise and my world knowledge to say, you can be better. I believe in what you're doing here. I see it in the interviews that I conducted where I asked people very banal and simple questions and nodded sagely as if that garnered some kind of amazing wisdom and insight to really cash in on my expertise here to earn my $30,000 paycheck that I get for visiting your business, giving you advice with no accountability whatsoever. And I'm going to say, instead of being the second best, let's try to be the first best. Let's try to reach that pinnacle. And I think really all you need is to apply some very insightful advice. Be better, do better, think better, and diversify. There you go. Synergy. Combining words. Conjunctions. Hyperadjectives and descriptors. Not so much heavy on the nouns. We're not about nouns. We're about intangible concepts. So anyway, if you want, that's just a preview of what I can bring to the table. You know, if you want to bring me in as a consultant, I can take you from second to somewhere else. Maybe, possibly. Won't really know because once I got my paycheck, I'm halfway out the door already. But that is the you want to talk about grift. People use the word grift so much. Consulting is 99% grift. There may be sometimes, like if you're talking brass tacks and you bring in a consultant that's actually going to pinpoint definitive, probably like objective, like, hey, did you realize you're paying this amount for these things? You know, like you go like an accounting type thing. That's one thing, but man, it is such a, every time we had consultants come in for work, I was like, man, but how do you phrase it? How do you say, how do I, because I mean, the other thing I don't want to really, but it's like, man, how do you get people to spend 15 grand for you to come in here for a week, throw a bunch of big words out there, team building exercises, rah, put a summary together that says really nothing other than basic general principles that you should apply in any situation, and you get a crazy paycheck, and then you're gone, and that's it. Maybe there's like, and you feel free to reach out and contact anytime between now and next Wednesday. And we will be sure to send you some encouraging emails. Just stick with it there. Anyway, I probably shouldn't have disclosed all of my trade secrets, but I feel like they do that and they still get the work. So, just see if you can scrape together $2,500. Yeah. I was going to say 25,000, but 2,500 came out. So I'll stick with it for 1 hour. That's it. You get my consulting services for $2,500 for 1 hour, and I will blow the amount of so much smoke that your players will be confused into excelling beyond. You know what? If you take my advice, 14-0. I could double the rate, your win rate. I could double it all, but you have to take my advice. And if you don't take my advice, or if you don't get the results, it means you didn't take my advice seriously enough. If there's any part of you that thinks my advice is not amazing, then you're going to fail. You've got to believe it with every fiber of your being. And if you do, that's how you'll know you've successfully applied the lessons that I'm going to teach you, because you will be twice as good. If you are less than twice as good, it's not my fault. It's simply that you have not executed my plan and vision for your company, your team, to the fullest extent. It's brilliant, really. Lord Percy is a gem. I mean, this may be a language thing, maybe semantics, but by what do you mean gem? Is it similar to his finding of gold when it was actually green? So when you say gem, are we actually talking about Jim or maybe poop? I don't know. Oh, Robin. Look, my first crush was a gal named Susan Fortenberry. Was she the first? She was my first in-class crush. But my first real crush, like legitimately hardcore crush that lasted for years, was a gal named Robin. But she spelled it Y-N, not I-N. So anytime I heard like Red Robin or Round Robin, I was like, oh, Robin. But Robin actually got a brand new 1993 Ford Mustang for her first car. Robin lived in a different world than I did. She was cute though. Anyway, there's a hilarious video review on it in Top Gear. Okay. I mean, we can't play the whole thing. I'm more curious about the comments. Let's see. Oh no. What was it? Was it reliable? Robin, Top Gear. Rolling a Reliant Robin. That's what I was like, that car looks like it would tip over so stinking easy. Oh, it looks even worse when it looks like a droid. It does exactly what you think it would do. I guess you're not supposed to go above 5 miles an hour or turn in the road. So can we appreciate the irony of them calling it the Reliant Robin when the only reliable thing is that it won't be able to corner worth a damn?
Luckily, people in the north of England are
these cars are not
and keen
like
to help
the other
out.
cars that I'm seeing here are not
me.
bangers necessarily.
Excuse me. Oh, heavens, look who it is. It's Phil Oakey.
Oh, my gosh.
Do you think you could push me back on my wheels?
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks very much.
Oh, that poor guy, he's taking him seriously.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Phil Oakey, out of the Human League.
Pleasure.
They did it.
I suppose as a Sheffield boy, Phil Oakey spent a lot of his youth.
Oh, my gosh.
Robin Reliance back on their wheels.
Wow.
When he wasn't rescuing waitresses.
Oh, see another turn. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I mean, seriously, what? See, to me, this is like watching, like, I'm not going to call them out, but I would say more than half the movies these days that they hurt my spirit because I'm like, they had a budget. And knowing modern studios, it was probably in the millions, if not tens of millions of dollars for this piece of garbage. Like, this was put into production. Like there may be more of these on the road than there are DeLoreans, which is just a travesty. Like DeLoreans aren't good cars, but they're good car. They're bad cars in all the right ways. This is a bad car in all the wrong ways.
This improved the acceleration enormously.
Like maybe if the whole thing is like a rubber shortage, a wheel shortage, it's like, okay, there's just not enough tires to go around. We can't do 4 per car. The economy can't bear it. People can't afford it. Rubber is just so gosh darn expensive. We can cut the cost of the car in half if we just go with 3 wheels. And look, it looks like there's glue holding the bumper on. Oh my gosh, that hurts. A 3-wheel car. My dad used to have a 3-wheel car. It was nicknamed Oot, as in hoot, without the H. Oot. Isn't that how like Irish or Scottish say out? Moot new boot. No, that's Canadian. Canadian and like Minnesota. We're out in a boot. That white one is a modded. Wait, what? That's a modded version. What's the mod? The body? I mean, it kind of looks like. So you guys remember Wayne's World? The Mirthmobile. That's what he called it. See, yeah. So from the back, it kind of looks like the Mirthmobile. It's got that hatchbacky. Come on, I wanted to see the back. There we go. See, it kind of looks. But even this looks better. I mean, not big wheels in the front, little wheels in the back. That looks ridiculous. But like this, look, it's not. I mean, there's a reason why they chose this car as a Mirthmobile and they didn't have them drive around in a DeLorean. It looks ridiculous, but it's at least twice as good as the reliable Robin that tips over when you go around the corner. Denise, did your dad ever? I mean, how did he handle it? Like, did you ever have to come out and untip your dad's car? Did it get banged up? I'm guessing you just have to go really slow around the corners. I mean, as much as I'm not a big fan of Renault, I guess is what it's called. Oh, damn, that's a nice one. Oh, never mind. I mean, it's the nicest Renault, whatever I've ever seen, but yeah, I didn't think those were particularly good looking cars, but I would take that. Look, I mean, I gotta say, I'm gonna take almost any 4-wheeled car over the reliable Robin. Oh. Was there another one? No, that's pretty much it. Oh. Reliant Robin football. Oh my gosh.
That this could be the basis for
okay, I do like the back. I don't know, like the other one was widescreen. It looked widescreen. Maybe it had bars and I didn't see it. But I think when you have a compact car like this, making it full screen just makes more sense. It doesn't even look like it's doing the environment any favors. Oh my gosh.
After this latest accident, I decided to see if there was
I mean, I'm sure it populated land. I mean,
design.
It almost looks like a flying car. At certain angles, it looks like a flying car.
Oh God, I've driven into the inspection pit.
Whoopsie.
yeah. The car was out, and we set to work.
I will say, no, I won't. This is almost as bad. Well, no, yeah, I don't know. Then what was it? Mercedes came out with the lawnmower car. I don't remember. Compact car. I don't remember what it was called. No, it was the. Oh, maybe it wasn't a Mercedes. You know what I'm talking about? It's not as reliant as the name suggests. No, indeed, P. Wolf. No, it is not. That's what I mean. It's like ironic. It's like they're purposely named it that way just so that you didn't. Oh my gosh, he had hair? Luscious locks 16 years ago. Damn. Yeesh. But yeah, one of those car manufacturers, they made a car look like essentially a lawn, like the wheels were lawnmower wheels. They were like this big. It did not catch on here. A few people got it. They were on a waiting list, very prestigious, but it was like the least safe. I think they said it was about like, dude, if you get an accident in that thing, you're dead. I don't care how many airbags you got. You are in a cardboard box with lawnmower wheels, pretty much like this one. It looked a little better, but it was like when you see the inside of it, it's like any impact whatsoever, you're just getting crunched like a can. But yeah, it didn't fly. Only Fools and Horses series showcased Only Fools and Horses series showcased a Reliant Regal Supervan. Now that was a car. It doesn't look. So it's the same thing with just a little more of a back end? Well, no, I guess that makes it okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a boat. They took a boat and they stuck 3 wheels on it. They took a boat. They look. Boat on 3 on trailer. Look. This is what they did. They took this and they said, "Hey, let's just put a 3rd wheel right here and call it good." This looks much better if you think of it as a boat with 3 wheels than a car. It's just a gosh darn boat with 3 wheels. It's inspired. They looked at this and said, "Hey, that looks like a sexy car. Let's just put a 3rd wheel there and we're good to go." Denise, what kind of car was your 3? Is there a 3-wheeled car that doesn't look, that has some? I just don't know how you could. I mean, I tell you, I do a moped. I will take a moped and go through the weather, because it's not you're not going to get any better traction in the snow with that thing than you are with a motorcycle. At least with a motorcycle, you know where you stand. Here, you're like, I don't know if I can make this turn or not. Open, oh gosh, okay, just skidding off it's horrible. Also, a car Mr. Bean always kicks off the road while driving or parking. Oh, really? Because Mr. Bean's car, the Mini, was not exactly a pinnacle of engineering either, but oh my gosh. I think this is the third stream in a row. It used to be about food. Now it's about introducing me to some of the ugliest cars ever made. And not only ugly, just not practical. So was there another 3-wheel car, Denise, that your dad drove, or did he drive the Reliant Robin? And for how long? And it makes me even sadder knowing that they had a production line. Like, if the Reliant Robin isn't for you, if you've got kids and you want to keep them safe, you want to be able to take your whole family out and about, there is no such thing as a better look. How do you? There's no. This looks good. This is beautiful. This is English countryside, I'm guessing. This is gorgeous. This is the Shire right here. I love this. All right, when I see that, I think of just bugs, ticks, insects, crickets. I don't like long grass necessarily. It's fun to look at, but it terrifies me. I feel like walking through there, everything's going to be sucking my blood. Wait, where is he? Maybe he's in America. I don't know where he'd be in America. I mean, I guess you could be anywhere. No, plates are definitely European. Oh, and then this kind of wall right there. You don't see it. We have a few of those kind of stony walls, but not too many. I mean, the setting is gorgeous.
thank you for commenting and liking and doing.
Oh
all
no,
that.
he's posing in front of it. He's standing in front of it. He's not only being seen, he's intending to be seen. No, sir, I'm sorry. No. What is he saying? Did he lose a bet?
We've got a brilliant comment section that people are always willing to give information and be nice to one another. It's a rare thing, you know, and with that in mind as well, thank you for your suggestions for videos. And I've been taking notes, so you know, don't fear. I'm wondering what the wind's doing to my microphone at this point. So excuse me.
Wonder what it's doing to your car. It is going to blow that thing over. Look, he looks like a very nice fellow. Like honestly, we probably would have been friends in high school. But honestly, this sounds horrible to say. I don't care though. It's just, we would have been friends, but I would have been like, he's kind of my nerdy friend. Like I'm a nerd. I'm a big old nerd. Don't get me wrong. But between us, I'd be like, yeah, you know, I'm kind of the social lubricant of the group. That said, he's got triple my subscriber count, so clearly he's doing something right. Who has a last laugh now, my fictional friend? Yeah. Boy, there's a bit of humble pie right there. I mean, maybe I need to get myself a Reliant Supervan. I mean, that's not it. I'm sure he's got what content do we have here? Badger Lodge Garage. So probably okay. So he's got a bunch of old. Wait. Okay, that's a good one to start with. Okay, so he does repair. So he's kind of a gearhead. Just maybe a. Yeah. Wow. 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 26 videos, 3,000 subscribers. I need to get that quote from Scar. Life's not fair, is it? That's all right. Hey, the market determines it. This guy right here has got it going. What's the last video? A year ago. It just goes to show you, this will kill your channel. Last video was a year ago. He did that, and oh look, the engine fits in a tiny little compartment like that. You make the stream short. Oh, thank you, B Wolf. I sincerely, I do appreciate that. That means a lot. It does. That there is perhaps. I've said this before, I think, but I'd like to think I've said it about the same thing. There is no greater compliment than to say, hey, here because of you, stay for the content. Or come for the content, stay for the person doing the stream. So thank you for that. It has charm. If Schwartz drives a Reliant Robin for the stream, I would pay for it. The subscriber numbers will skyrocket. I don't recall what make Oot was. I mean, it can't be that many three-wheel vehicles. Do you have a picture or anything of it? There can't be that many three-wheel cars out there. It was it's either a Reliant Robin or whatever. But here's the thing. Look, I'm in Texas. I sincerely doubt there is a Reliant Robin. Oh, no, look. Reliant Robin spotted in Hurst, Texas. Okay, no, it still looks. Why is it on its side? Exactly. All right, so there is one in Texas. I was going to say, I will get behind the wheel. And usually that's a figure of speech, or it's referring to just like the steering wheel, getting behind the wheel. But in the Reliant Robin, it is literally getting behind the wheel, singular. The front of the car is literally one wheel. Oh my gosh. I'm curious now. I just. $1970. Whoa, 73? That's too recent. I mean, if this came out, this would have to be. If this came out in BC, it would be dated. Feature a 750. So, okay, I'm not a gearhead, so I don't know. The only time I've ever seen a cubic centimeter engine described as for like motorcycles. So either I'm wrong on that, which is fine because I could very well be, or this magnificent monstrosity is actually propelled by the essentially a motorcycle engine. Let's see. 70 to 85. That no, dude, you do 85 in this, you are taking your life in your hands. There can no. Maybe if they had fins or something, stabilizing fins, where the faster you went, the more it kind of hugged the road. But if you turn the wheel at all, going 80 miles in that thing, you're dead. You and your car are both the skid mark. There is no way in heck this car would be safe to drive at 80 miles an hour. No way. No, I wouldn't even go 60 in that thing. I think it is good. It's good for getting around town where people, like if you wear a mask and nobody knows who you are, it's good for putting around town maybe. Again, motorcycle is going to be better. A moped is going to be better. Safer too. Because you can go 300 miles an hour on a motorcycle and be all right. There's no way you could. Oh my gosh. What? Revive the Robin. Okay, revive the Robin name. No. So they decided it was good enough from the 70s that they revived it in the 80s. Didn't change anything. The worst feature of the car, which is the fact that it's a 3-wheel. They went economical. They pared down the amount of windshield wipers. Correctly noting that you really only need one because the windshield just isn't that big. That's probably a rear window wiper from like a hatchback, which is what this is actually. It's probably the same the wiper on the back as the front. They're like, wait, it's the same size. Why don't we just use the? Wow, dude, blur that out. You're oh my gosh. But I mean, the fog lights are a nice touch. It really almost looks like a halfway car. Greetings from Nipissing, North Bay. Are you not normally? Oh wait, no, because you're in school now, right? So you're in a new locale, is that right? You have commuted. Are you on campus then, or do you commute? And there has to be a different way to pronounce it than Nipissing. Let me see. Map. Nipissing. Oh, there's actually a university. So here we go. Io is somewhere here. Where is Nipissing? Well, that's the district. Well, there's Lake Nipissing, or is it Nip-Issing? How do you... I don't know if there's a way to pronounce that where it doesn't sound... But hey, we have... Check it out. We've got... Couldn't believe it. Look. Okay, well, it's a tribe, which is the only way you could have a word like that isn't like ridiculous. But we actually do. We have, like when I was driving through Texas, we have Kickapoo. So I'm not one to make fun of other names when we here in Texas have a Kickapoo. Look, it's fine. There's a tribe name. You just have to understand some tribe names. Cherokee sounds badass. Wapaho sounds pretty cool. What was the other one? Comanche sounds really cool. There are some really cool tribe names. Kickapoo is not one of them. It just don't work out all that well in English. So I'm guessing Nipissing is another, well, it can't be Native American, Native Canadian name. She was probably a cheap knockoff of a Reliant Robin. She was dark green. I mean, how do you have a cheap knockoff of a car like the Reliant Robin? It is a cheap knockoff of a car already. That's like saying it's a counterfeit Rollo watch. Like a Rollo is already a bastardized Rolex. How do you have a knockoff of a knockoff? I mean, the name fits. I think any 3-wheel car could be church and car adverts for 3-wheelers. Look, I would feel bad. I would have to let the guy know, look, I'm not looking to buy your embarrassment off of you because he's probably selling it for more than $1. I'd buy that for $1. I would buy one of those for $1. Well, no, because the taxes alone would make it, I would actually be losing money a lot more. But if I found one, I'd be like, look, I'd like to test drive one for my channel, for the audience, people clamoring for this. But honestly, I'd be wearing my motorcycle gear. I would not get in that thing unless I had a helmet, all the pads and everything, because I don't want to end up as a skid mark. Oot is a great name. She was a cute car. I mean, check the source. Checking Denise. Denise, what else is she called cute? Hairy spiders are cute. Okay. It checks out. If your bar for cuteness are hairy spiders, then I suppose a 3-wheeled mini monstrosity like that could be called cute. Imagine reversing in a 3-wheel car. Nope. I don't think it could actually. I think it had to turn in a circle. Let's see. 3-wheel car UK, no reverse. Oh my gosh. Did your dad have a BMW? Is that Sporty Spice? Which Spice had the red hair? No, that was Ginger Spice, right? Or was it Cinnamon Spice? Oh my gosh, they're getting uglier. Invacar, Britain's free car with 3 wheels and no chill. That could have been it right there, Denise. Because that actually does look like a knockoff of... I am just dismayed. Like, something like this, okay. I mean, look. The aesthetics are a little better. It's still... Oh, it's a 2-seater. So here's the thing. You get this, and you can pretend you're in an airplane. It looks like you're in a cockpit, especially you got somebody right behind you. You could be like... You know, I remember when I used to ride my bike, I used to pretend that like Top Gun, like I was in an F-14. I remember very distinctly, I was an X-Wing. Like I was never riding my bike. I was always in some kind of awesome flying vehicle. So I could see if you could still maintain that level of illusion or creativity, you could be in that and at least pretend that you're in an airplane. But the fact is that is going, motorcycle car. I don't know. I can't decide. There we go. I didn't have to choose. Now I can have a little bit of both. It's not really a car, not really a motorcycle. The only thing I can say is it is protected from the elements and it's a lot more stable because it's, I don't know, geometrically speaking, but I feel like this is a much more stable design than this. Probably just because you have the body is designed for 4 wheels, but it's missing a wheel, whereas this is actually designed to be 3 wheels. And the other 2 wheels are more in line with it. I'm guessing it probably handles the turns better. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's not bad. That's kind of good. It's still ugly as sin, but that is kind of cool. I don't know how that works. How in the world do you twist the body like that? Oh, I guess it's just the suspension. Like the body isn't. Well, which was a stupid thing to say, I guess. Like even a fiberglass body wouldn't. Oh yeah, so it's completely independent. So that's how it actually corners like a motorcycle. The body does, and the wheels just stay. Well, the front wheel, I don't know. Okay, I dig that then, because then you're at least getting the feel of a motorcycle. Your car is leaning into the turn, so you're at least getting the best part of a motorcycle, which is cornering. If I ever was to be forced to drive a 3-wheel vehicle, this is what I'd get. Because I just pretend I'm in an airplane. And I just can't get enough speed for takeoff. That's all. Good gravy. How many? Oh no. That's a 3-wheel. I mean, look. I mean, there are. Oh gosh, what are they called? The forklifts with more. Like I would rather ride around on a forklift. And that's kind of what that is. Just like, where's the rest of the car, mate? Oh, so sad. That might have been it. That's a 3-wheel. I mean, that literally looks like they just took the cab out of like one of those cat construction vehicles. They just plucked it out and stuck 2 wheels on the bottom, or 3 wheels, I guess. Or you would just go in a circle. Oh, that's the place the story of Tenacious D starts in? Wait, oh really? The Nippissippi? What is it called again? Nipissing. Is it Nipissing? I don't know. Yep, going back to school, staying in off-campus residence. Yeah, Kickapoo is... I mean, there's really no way to pronounce that in a way that doesn't sound like you're just saying Kickapoo. Kickapoo. I don't know. Yep, going back to school, staying in off-campus residence. So you are away from home, but you're not on campus. Like you said, off-campus housing. Because, I mean, technically, your house is off-campus. It's just way off-campus, I'm guessing. I know you said you're out in the boonies, though. Where? Oh. That's not... Well, that's not far from... Because I spent most of my time in Virginia. That's not too far from... Just go... Whoop. Although right here, you've got about a $25 toll going through New York because they're highway robbery people. But then I was Indiana, I was right there. Would have been a shorter jaunt, I guess. Although I don't know how what traversing between our two countries is like. I'm not saying I was gonna visit or anything necessarily. It's just interesting. It's always interesting to like get an idea, like because Canada's a big country. I mean, it's bigger than the United States. Now, the amount that's populated isn't. I think our population is like triple. You guys would have like 200 million? No. Because ours is 300 million. Like 30 million or something like that? I don't know. It's a smaller population. So when you say Canada, especially when you say you're kind of out in the boonies, I'm like, well, that's a lot of boonie territory. That could be way over here, could be over there. But knowing you're kind of close to the border-ish, it's interesting. Oh, Kickapoo is. Sorry. You said it. I thought you were just restating the word Kickapoo, Baldrick, but now that I'm using my brain for a hot second, I'm like, oh, Kickapoo is where Tenacious D started. Okay. Yep, going back to, let's see, 5-hour drive. Nip pissing. That's even worse. I am laughing that Knockoff is ugly. Maybe Oot was a Reliant Robin. She was more than a 2-seater. I tell you though, wherever you show up in one of those, you'll be the center of attention. That's true. We need a digital Robin racer. Oh man, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Because what was it like not Gran Turismo? Yeah, Gran Turismo. Like they were really good. The car simulators. They were good about bringing like, I think they probably had a Mini Cooper in there. Random obscure cars featured in Clan. Now see, there's a that's a dumpster. That's just a dumpster. I mean, it's a dumpster. It's not even a dumpster with wheels because there are dumpsters that have those. That is a dumpster. Wow. But like they had stuff like this, which I guess is not that weird. That's from like GT1, I think. But like franchises, they would bring in these goofy little gimmicky cars, or obviously some awesome concept cars. Like that's pretty wicked looking right there. Domio is not the coolest name, but wow. Like in a 1980s way. I mean, DeLorean still looks better, I think, but that's still pretty cool for like what I'm guessing is the 80s. But that's what I mean. Like if that car hasn't even been featured as a unlockable, because there was one version of Gran Turismo where you could unlock a Mini Cooper, like the old school Mini Cooper. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. You have to balance speed with Reliant. Yeah, I just don't know if there's any way to make a 3-wheel car with a wheelbase that should accommodate 4 wheels. I don't know how you can make that. I don't know if you can make that reliant, unless they do what they did with the 2-seater, where the suspension is independent of the body, or it dictates so that it actually like leans or adjusts or something. But like a standard as that could be suspension, I just don't know that you could. It would have to be like a drag race where you just go straight from point A to point B. What was the Reliant Robin? Ugh. 14 seconds. Wait. Oh, okay. They're doing it in miles per hour. 14 seconds to go 0 to 60 miles per hour, or how many kilometers? Oh, a more powerful 40 horsepower. 40 horsepower. Oh, earlier models. So earlier models, 32 horsepower. Later models, 40. That's like when you hear about like the original like Nintendo games were 40 kilobytes, I think. $31 kilobytes. There's like, wow. But the only difference is you look at that and go, wow, look at what they were able to do with 31 kilobytes of data. And then you look at that and go, that's the best you got with a 40. Oh gosh. Why are we looking at Ugly R's cars? Because I didn't come into this with a better objective. So who was it? Who was it? You, Baldrick? You're usually the No, it was Beowulf, because I was like, did you see this in your time in Europe? Beowulf brought it up. Why did he bring it up? It was a throwaway comment, but I was curious if it was a real thing. Oh, that's right. No, because it was a joke, because Baldrick came late. So here's what happened, Io. Baldrick came in late, as being Baldrick, you know what I'm saying? Comes in late, and then jokingly, it was like, oh, you missed a car giveaway. And then Beowulf specified that it was a Reliant Robin. You missed a Reliant Robin. And so I looked it up, and it was just so ugly that it commanded my attention and has dominated the conversation for the past 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I think it could only be a drag racer. But I mean, with a 0 to 60 time of 14 seconds, I'm not sure what other class it would compete in. I think, now, okay, I'm going to be embarrassed. I don't care. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I wish I had gotten it in blue, but that's my car. I got it in silver. That's my baby. And yeah, she was one of the cheapest cars on the lot. That's not what I paid for it at the time. It was cheaper than that. But that's my baby. But yeah, it's 9 seconds. So not really a whole lot faster. But I'm going to say she looks a whole lot better. Who's your good baby? Who's your good little baby? But yeah, I do wish I'd gotten the blue, because that matches my motorcycle. I just thought it was a little, I wanted to play it safe, but I wish I'd gotten the blue. It's a good color blue. Oh well. But yeah, 9 seconds, 0 to 60 in 9 seconds is not all that great, but it's a lot. Also a lot. I'm also dragging a fourth wheel around. You know, it's kind of not fair. I've got 4 points of friction. I've got an extra 10 pounds of weight with the rim and the tire. So, you know, what we lose in speed, we recoup. I've actually taken this thing up to about 95, 100 miles an hour. Not consistently, because there's very few places you can do that legally. But I have gotten it up that speed, and I've been able to change lanes without destroying myself. So there we go. My eyes want to scream. I know. Well, bathe them in this. Look, she's not the best looking car. This honestly, this was when I had a. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's okay. So you guys can't see this, but there's a little pop-up window that has like my name and my email address. It says, "Do you want to continue as?" It's right here where the mouse is, but it doesn't show that on stream. It's almost like it realizes this is personal information, and so it doesn't actually display it. Huh? That's kind of cool. I was like, "Oh crap! Should I?" Okay, no, it's not. It's not even showing it. But yeah, this is cool for me. I don't need anything more. Now, if I'm going to live in a place with snowfall, and I got to go through snow and ice, this is certainly not ideal at all. But that would be the only reason I'd upgrade or get another car. This is a great little A to B car. Cheap. The tires are cheap. Everything's pretty cheap. But she's running. Bought her in 2017. She's still going strong. 8 years old this year. Pretty soon be able to slap some antique plates on her. Even drag race doesn't work, too much weight in the back. I remember being sad when Dad sold Oot. What did he replace it with that you were sad, Denise? Or did he not replace it? Yes, it was my fault. I admit it. It was that or a Sebring Vanguard. Oh, no. So I apologize in advance, Io, but I can almost guarantee this is going to be... No, actually, it can't be. I don't think it can be worse. The bar's been set so low. I'm going to say this next one is going to look... Oh, no! Oh, gosh! No! Why? You're full of such wonderful, beautiful people. Why on God's earth do you let engineers create this mechanical dog crap? Oh, my... It's a 75. It's newer. Oh! Oh, no. All right. Which one's worse? Which one is worse? The door stopper or the three-wheel? Look, I'm going to say I feel safer in this than the three-wheel. I'm never going to feel safe or feel comfortable in a car that is perched precariously on three wheels. I mean, the only thing you know what this car is good for? The headlights throw it off, but you know all the time you see cars in stunts that like they hit what you think is another car, which should mean that they just go like this, but they hit and the car flies through the air and flips and lands on its top. These are mobile car ramps. This is, if you want to have a Gone in 60 Seconds escape scene, drive these mobile ramps down the road, and that could feasibly launch you into the air. She's doing a Dukes of Hazzard paint job. I mean, she's selling it, but I'm like, do you realize what you've got your hand on there? She got paid a lot of money to take that picture. Oh my gosh. I really did not think we were going to see something uglier. I mean, there are Lego cars that look better than this. So I think there's different categories. So like winning ugliest car with 4 wheels and then ugliest car on 3 wheels. I think they have to be doing it because they're completely different monsters. So this can be the ugliest 4-wheel car that we've seen, at least today. Maybe of all time. I mean, it feels like they said, hey, we got headlights and 4 wheels. We can call this a car. Because it really just looks like they just took pieces like, oh, hey, here's a tank. Here's a scrap pile of stuff. Let's throw a windshield on it, put 4 wheels on it. We can sell it as a car. Like they weren't even trying. I mean, I guess I can't be surprised that the Vanguard is not around with us any longer. Three years in production. That's longer. Look, I'm pretty sure the DeLorean was only for 2 years. Yep. It produced just one model from 81 to 82. The DeLorean was in production for less than a year. Oh no, I'm sorry. Less than 2 years. And let's get rid of my baby there. And this bastardized. Why are there so many? This ugly piece of poo was in production for 3 years. There is no justice in the world. Anybody who says life's not fair, this is all you need. We got a DeLorean for less than 2 years. And it's got nostrils. Is this thing such a beast that we actually need cooling vents? It probably does. It is probably so poorly manufactured that it has to have cooling vents to keep the four, not even cylinder, the one cylinder gerbil on a wheel. The US number 6 what? These are American? No, say it isn't so. We'll import this crap, but we won't take the decimal system? What is wrong with this country? Oh, nefarious works are Wait. Initially built as a government contract with the Postal Service. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Oh no, that's a different version. Oh, this is horrible. Robin is cuter. I mean, again, this is a wedge. This is a doorstop wedge. Behold. That's what that is. It is a truncated doorstop. The Bigfoot. Throw 4 wheels on it and a windshield and a pair of headlights. This is the Vanguard. Oh, here we go. That's even better. This is exactly what came to mind. That's it exactly. But is it better looking than the... But this is a boat. It really is a boat out of water. No, it looks like it's missing. Now, oh my gosh. Like, it does look like it's hovering. I'll give it that. If you just look at the front, especially the way they have it here where the wheels are kind of overlapping, it kind of looks like... It looks like it's riding on 2 wheels now, which would be... Oh my gosh. I'll take the Robin. Yeah. But it's a liability. I mean, how did they not have lawsuits? I don't think they would survive the day, at least not in America. Because not only do you have a really poor concept, but you'd have people purposely or just because they're morons that would just completely wreck these things. Because they wouldn't. They'd be like, oh, I can just drive it like a 4-wheel car. And they would just... Like this right here, this is probably the speed limit, and he's probably maxing it out right now. Is that how the horn sounded? Oot, oot. I don't think it comes with a horn. What would you have to honk at? You're probably the slowest thing on the road. Yeah. I mean, oh boy. I mean, I don't know. I think I would take this. I like the orange color though. I mean, this right here, I'd have to have a better stereo in it. But so far, I think of the ugly cars that we've seen, because this one's not even trying. Like, I feel like the Renault, I don't know how to say it, and the Pinto, like, they're all trying to be good-looking cars. I feel like this one knows that it's ugly as sin, and it just owns it. I mean, look at this cab of a cat. Look, there it is. Oh, could it be any more obvious? Spot on. Look at this. Look, I was 100% right. Look at this. That is a, I mean, I don't, again, I'm not picking on European. I think most of these cars origin, that is a European car minus 4 or in some cases 3 wheels. That's all they do. They just took the cab off of a freaking Caterpillar vehicle. Literally. I mean, look, this is it. This is the thing we were just talking about. This is the City Vanguard. They literally just took the cab off of a industrial vehicle and shoved 4 wheels on it and called it a day. Like I remember building like Legos as a kid, you know, making little cars and stuff, and they were the ugliest thing. And I kind of knew they were ugly, but you know, when you're a certain age, you know they're not ugly. And then you have that like gradual period where you understand like there needs to be a more pleasing aesthetic, and you figure out ways that you can actually have the car not have to be this tall and actually fit a figure sitting down in it. But like the cars that we're looking at look like they're made by adult versions of the kid that just takes a bunch of Legos and goes, "Oh, it's a car." And there's no quality control. Nobody goes, "Well, now wait a minute. Let's not make the world an uglier place." But this is what I'm saying. Like this is it. This is that car, sans the wheel wells. That's it. Dad gave up driving as he found it stressful. I have no doubt. Your dad was a salute. Took too many endorsements. How come now, Io? Stones from glass houses. We were just saying that the oot sounds very Canadian. Well, I was saying that. I don't know if anybody agreed with me, but you're a salute. But he did try, exactly, Beowulf. Did he try cars with 4 wheels first? I mean, you know, no, he gave up driving completely. You don't really need one in the UK. Yeah. The stress levels would be a lot lower. Yeah, same in Germany. I mean, it depends on where you live. That's the thing. There's America has too many suburbs because we like it's like, yeah, buses run, but they don't run with the kind of regularity that you have in cities. So really, unless you have to, like it makes more sense. That said, I don't know if I'd rather walk or drive one of those things. Like I said, I think the orange really makes the. Where is it? Seriously, I mean that's I suspect we'll see one that looks exactly like that. But this, it says electric, and it's literally got an outlet. It's got an outlet attached to it. Okay, I take it back. If it's electric, I couldn't do it. Again, talking about reliability and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, this has to be a modified. Well, it's on display. Was it an electric car? It can't be, because they didn't have battery. There's no way, like, the batteries now wouldn't even fit in that thing. And they're a lot smaller than they would have been back then. Like, what does it run on? 2 AA's? Norwegian Buddy electric car. Oh! Wow. So it was battery electric. Interesting. Whoa, they were produced. Oh no. Oh, I repent. Admonished. I apologize. This ugly piece of garbage was American made. Made in America. You notice there's nowhere on there where it says made in America. Because we don't want it. Like, we're like, we'll just leave the origin, make that ambiguous. Well, Baldrick came up with that. That's the only reason why I assumed it was European, because he came up with it, which made me think that he saw a bunch of them. I've never seen this in the States. Did we export this? Is this the next worst thing we've exported other than high sugar foods? Minimalist? That's not the right word. Ugly. It was as basic a people mover as could be bought at the time. City Cars produced, wrote, in the position of being the U.S. number 6 auto manufacturer after all the actual car manufacturers, but ahead of Excalibur. What? Well, okay, maybe because they're like custom made from the bolt up. I don't think you can really. Okay, well, those are pretty ugly too. I'm sure if Lag were here, he'd disagree, but that's I'm not a big fan of that style, but oh my gosh. Reliant Robin has a horn. It does. It sounds like a bit like a scooter horn. I don't doubt it. Oh, and like I summoned him somehow. Yeah, same in Germany. I mean, it depends where you live. Oh, right, we're talking about the commuting thing. Yeah, my car is a 2016, so keep her going. Heck yeah, man. I would still have my '04 Corolla if. Well, there's a lot of things that went into it, but honestly, the '04 Corolla, that was a car that I got by necessity. Well, I got my 2017 by necessity too, but the '04 was a necessity that I reluctantly took, whereas I was actually pretty stoked to get that Corolla. Like that Corolla it may not have all the bells and whistles, it may not be a great performer, but really in terms of what I look for in a car, it pretty much had it all. Maybe a little bit bigger when I was schlepping around film equipment, but otherwise meets my needs perfectly. So yeah, keep rocking the old car. I know a lot of people that turn and burn. One of my friends has been through 8 or 9 cars. We've been driving the same amount of time, but he's been through 8 or 9 different cars, and I'm on my, well, one I got from my grandparents after they passed. Didn't last very long. Then I actually got a Firebird. My 1993 Firebird. Yeah. Now that's a Trans Am. That's a Firebird. So it was a black version of this. It was an awesome car. I loved it. But again, it was a 93, which is the first year the new body style came out. I think it had 100 and some thousand miles when I got it because we took them across country. Believe it or not, we took that on a road trip. My dad had that. My dad had the Formula. This was my mom's car. But then my dad upgraded to a Trans Am. And I think my mom got the Formula. No. Anyway, I ended up with a Firebird, but it only lasted about 6 months, and then the pistons blew out on it. That's why I just stay clear between the Bonneville and the Firebird. I'm like, I've had two American-made cars that once they got over 100,000 miles, they did not do well, and so I'm kind of sticking with foreign. But yeah, no, my dad had that one. It was black. But he had the '02. The last year the Trans Am was made. The Ram Hawk, I think it was called. Ram something. Ram Air. Again, just a cooling thing. Anyway. But yeah, so I did have that. But the only 2 cars that I personally bought and paid for was an '04 Corolla and then the 2017 Corolla. Let's see. Door stopper, triangle car or rhombus car, right? Yeah, I mean, they look like cars that were made by the Star Fox team, like the old 1993 Star Fox. We have a car pub here where a lot of the expensive cars do their meetings, but if you show up in something like the Robin, you'd be the star and walk away with a new girlfriend. Okay, but what kind of girlfriend? I have the feeling it would be a codependent relationship. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I won't say anymore about that. I just don't know the kind of girl like I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not necessarily a fan of the kind of girl that would actually like either be into a guy or pretend to be into a guy because of the car he drives. Cause typically there are some gearheads out there, but typically girls, you talk about cars and girls' eyes glazed. They're just like, whatever. They see it as cute or as, ooh, that's cool, but they don't see it in the same way. Just like there are a lot of things gals see. They're like, oh, this looks so nice. Or they're like, shoes. Gals love shoes. They're like, this is a cute pair of shoes. And I'm like, well, is there a non-cute pair? And they're like, yeah, these. And I'm like, we don't see it the same way. So there are guys, it's whoever who actually like collect shoes. They don't wear them. They actually buy them and keep them boxed and on display. So there are guys that do see the pleasing aesthetics of a shoe. I'm going to say they're in a minority. Most guys, I'd say more guys can appreciate the lines and performance of a car than shoes, and more gals appreciate shoes and can see the nuances of shoes more than they can in cars. That said, the kind of gal whose taste would be acquired to a reliable Robin, again, I'm going to say reliable Robin, girl with a great personality, which isn't even necessarily true. That's just something you say as a euphemism for you're not going to be interested in her looks. Doesn't mean she has an actual good personality. It's just a euphemism for saying she kind of looks like a reliable Robin. She might have a good personality, or she might have a really crappy one. But she looks like a reliable Robin. It sounds, Beowulf, I'm beginning to get the feeling that you've had a lot more exposure to this Reliant Robin. You know it has a horn. You know what it sounds like. You know about these conventions. You know about the kind of gals that would dig on this kind of car. I have a feeling you're either a owner, former owner, or you know someone who drives one of these things. You're way too familiar with this car. I mean, that was the first thing that came out in chat. Like, we're talking about, you could have named any car, but you named that one. I'm beginning to think it was top of mind for a reason. And now I'm beginning to wonder if I'm dissing your wife. I can't remember if you're married, but if you are, if I'm dissing your wife because you guys met while you were driving a reliable Robin and she's like, hey there, Beowulf. Is that a is that a reliable Robin you're driving, or are you did you make it yourself? I don't know. I don't know where I was going. I was trying to make it an innuendo, but it's so ugly. It is such an ugly vehicle that it cannot even be converted into a sexual innuendo of any kind. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm a little bummed. Let's see. Hang on. Let's see. The saddest thing is people bought those ugly box sun wheels. I know, that's what I'm saying, IO. For 3 freaking years that they were in production. Oh, Dad had a white Kingswood car in Australia. It was a big standard 4-wheeler. Kingswood car. I'm guessing it was in the 80s. I mean, that's pretty standard. It almost looks like yeah, I mean that's a normal car, I would say. Normal for the time. It might not have the best lines, but I mean there were plenty of like normal station wagons that kind of look like that. I mean it kind of fits in with the aesthetic of the time, I think. Like it wouldn't have stuck out like a sore three-wheeled thumb. Trust me, we had some in American. We had actually I had a neighbor who had a car that looked a lot like that. They were kind of like the little baby step. Like if you're talking about like evolution, you see like the caveman evolving into an upright man. Like there's a between a station wagon and an SUV. That's what these look like. They were kind of like little baby steps going from station wagon evolving into what we now know as the SUV. Because it's a little beefier than a station wagon. But again, not quite an SUV. And it's got a hat. It's got a little hat with a visor on it. That's so cute. That I can say is cute because this looks like a car that would be on Cars, like the animated thing. He's like, look at my hat. I got a white hat on my blue body with my visor sticking out. But I don't know why you'd want to draw attention to it necessarily, but hey, there's no accounting for good. Monte Carlo, that's what I was thinking. That's not a Monte Carlo, but it kind of looks like one. I mean, a Monte Carlo was just like a truck car hybrid thing. I had a couple neighbors that had one of those. City car and a Robin. Wow, yeah, Lagmash, I should have known you would know about these. As wimpy as the car. Yeah, I think Tesla, yeah, and that's a tragedy. Like, I mean, if we were going to get a concept, like if there was ever a car design that was going to manifest one of the concept cars, like I mean, look, any of these look like they could be, not all of them, but like that one. Well, okay, that's the wheel wells looks weird, but the body's like, this is what I would expect. If you told me electric car of the future, like I'm seeing stuff like this, you know, really, you know, cool lines. You know, okay, that's kind of ugly, really ugly actually. This to me would be a prototype. Actually, is that an electric car? Anyway, I mean, I know that, but like, if you're going futuristic, that's what I expect. Not the, I mean, whether you like electric cars or not as a concept, they are some of the ugliest things. Now, not all of them. There are some Teslas that do look like that. I think some of their high end, like sport cars that cost you a crap ton, but like, yeah, their SUV or whatever. It looks like a prop from a B movie, B like futuristic movie, like the freaking car in Aliens car. Like this looks better than this is pretty much, if you take off the turret, this is the Tesla. What is it called? The Tesla van truck, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's just ugly. Like, again, nothing to do with electricity or anything. And it's like, well, honestly, I haven't really looked at it too much. This is the modern day city car. I mean, it's just ugly as sin. And maybe this is like a cross section for radar, because I know like the Stealth, when it came out, like apparently like there's a certain way, the geometry to the lines of it, you know, like the old school Stealth. So you had this, you see the geometry on it had all these hard angles and stuff. It was apparently that's what made it stealth. It was I don't know, it reflected, or it did in some way that really ugly, boxy, harsh lines were able to give it like a cross section that made it difficult to pick up on radar. Clearly they've improved the design and made it stealthy and not ugly, because honestly you wouldn't want to see this thing anyway. And that's what it looks like they were going for with the Tesla, but there's really no value to making it stealth. Like, this looks like a stealth bomber with wheels, but why would you make it so ugly? This is in the interior. I mean, look at that. Come on. Now that really is bordering on the ugliest thing. Oh man. I never got a really good look at one because I didn't want to, I don't think. Golly, that it's ugly. I mean, hideous. It belongs in the conversation with the cars we've been talking about. The only thing I can say about it is at least it has 4 wheels. Well, yeah, so Lagmeister, it wasn't so much that I was surprised that it was electric. It was that it was feasible. Like, because again, I mean, look at like the batteries for, I mean, I can't even show my hands. Like, the batteries are pretty damn big. Especially, I mean, if you go back to like the earlier ones, like the first electric cars, like the batteries are like take up the entire trunk of a car. Like they're pretty darn big, and those are the lithium whatever. So I'm going, okay, go back another 40 years before that. What were they using for batteries? How, and when you look at the city car, it didn't have a trunk. It didn't have a where is it? Where are you, city car? Gosh, this has just been a horrific revelation. City car. Not city car, it's city car. Yeah, like where are they putting the battery is my question. Like, even if this whole thing up here was the battery, which, I mean, in the 70s, how is it? I mean, obviously it did. I mean, how far could you go on it is what I'm wondering. But yeah, Kingswood is also super cool. Your dad liked unique cars. The Ute, I mean, the city car was electric. First electric cars are from the 19th century. Yeah, and again, I would expect that if it was like 16 times that size, and it's like, I mean, you remember D batteries were like this big, and it took 4 of them to power a Teddy Ruxpin. Actually, I think he ran on C batteries. No, Teddy Ruxpin. Okay, 4C batteries. Or 4A AA batteries in the newer versions. Oh, that must be the newer version. Ugh. What a bastardization. The original was the GOAT. That right there. My grandma still has a new in-box one. Unfortunately, this is one of those collectibles that nobody cared about. So even though you can have one brand new in box and there aren't a lot of them out there working, it's not worth a damn because nobody wants it. Because the mouth, the mechanism that moved the mouth and the eyes and everything was so loud, you could barely hear the audio, the tape that you put in there. But that was the original. Anyway, let's see. But yeah, so my point being, batteries were not exactly small. And so the idea of having a car that was tiny that also was electric is just kind of like again, maybe it only drove for 20 minutes because the battery was so small. It's just defies logic. I also thought it's European. Electric cars were made in the 1800s. As a kid, I had a card game with the strangest cars. Those were in it. Oh, there you go. Okay, so that's how I had a similar thing. I used to collect cards like warplanes, and so it had like the MiG. I can't remember what it was called. The MiG something that was actually like one of the fastest. It was the fastest combat plane. It was like went Mach 4 or something. Anyway, so it's same thing. Like so, I had a relatively obscure knowledge of obscure or countries' different aircraft because I had a game or I collected the cards for it. But that's good to know that's how you know so much. I want a card game like that. Yeah, it's the antithesis of a collector game. Like if you the soonest the first person to discard all of their horrific cars wins the game. I would drive a city car. Of course you would, Lagmeister. Of course you would. Yeah, because you're Lagmeister. I knew you would. I said it. I said Lagmeister. I was like, I'm glad he's not here because he would probably be leaping to defend these cars. Promo from 2017. We're talking about the Corolla. I was happy with my 1988 Corolla hatchback. Still missed that car. Yeah, my dad had an 83 Corolla. We had that he traded that in for the Firebird in 93. So he had it for almost a decade. 88 hatchback. I wonder how much that looks like the 83. Whoops. 1988. Oh, okay, that's actually a cool looking one. Yeah, ours was definitely not quite that cool. That actually is not a bad looking car, to be honest. I don't think. But yeah, ours was an 83, I believe. No, it must have been an 82. Maybe it was an 81. Nope, that's it right there. Yep. That's what we had. It was yellow. But my dad painted it black as soon as he could because I guess he didn't want to be seen. Because it wasn't like the yellows back then weren't really, they were like a pastel. Like I would dig on a yellow car now, like a nice, vibrant, like goldish yellow. But back then they were this watered down, pastel-y yellow. But anyway, yeah. Let's see. Older cars are just cooler. I own a 1972 Stingray. Ooh, 1970. Wait, that's a Stingray. That's a Corvette, right? Ooh, that's your car, Beowulf? Damn, that's a nice car. How are you going to pollute the stream with a freaking 3-wheeled monstrosity? But this is what you're actually driving. That is awesome. These are, from my understanding, Stingrays. They're very sought after. They're not easy to find in general. Which, if I'm not mistaken, the best looking Batmobile, which was the Keaton 89 Batmobile, I think personally, by far, was based off of. It's either based off of or actually uses the body and wheelbase of a Stingray Corvette. That's a beauty, though, man. Good on you. Do you use it like as an antique? Like you drive it like just when the day is right, nice and sunny, you drive that? Or is that like your commuter car? And please tell me you have a garage for it. How many miles does it have? It's beautiful, man. So I'm not one of those people necessarily that goes like with the old, better, like overall, but there are some older cars. The Stingray is probably one of the few older cars that if I could update it a little, like with modern air conditioning and maybe a better stereo, I wouldn't mind driving around in. But that doesn't go for all old cars for me. I would love to have a kit Firebird Trans Am, kit from Knight Rider. I wouldn't mind that, but of course that's not. I mean that is actually at this point in time it's a classic. When it came out, it wasn't. Obviously, it was brand new. But what was that, a 1984 Trans Am or something? I would dig on one of those. Ram air is a part of the air intake. Lots of cars have them. Yeah, but you missed it, Lagmeister. We were talking about having ram air on the what was it? It was one of the ugly cars. I can't remember. Where was it? We have covered so many topics. I love that, just going through and well, there's one car you can't tell, but that is actually one of the cars that we were looking at. It wasn't that. It was a car. It was 40 horsepower, and it had like ram air or whatever in there. But Stingrays are cool cars. Yeah, they are. It was my first foray into vintage, and I fell in love. Wanted a pre-1973, so still big engines and steel bumpers. Yeah, I mean we call those tanks now. Like if you were to get an action with pretty much any, I mean, God forbid, of course, you get an action with any car that's been made since, most cars, you're gonna shred them. I mean, not only because the design is so streamlined and like a knife through butter, but just because all the cars now are like 90% plastic. Each drive is an adventure, even though I converted to DFI, modern brakes and steering. What's DFI? Nope, that's DFI. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, they didn't have fuel injection back then? I guess not. I remember, like, what was it? The 88 Bonneville actually said fuel injected on it, which I thought was really cool, but then it just came to mean like it's a very standard thing on cars now, but I guess back then it was like a feature. That's how they would sell it. Oh, it's a fuel injected. Sounds really badass, but it's like, no, it just means it's pretty standard now, I guess, but that's true, Wolf, before smog restrictions hit everything. Don't own a Robin, but I do have a lot of exposure to cars. I founded a car club here in Washington. We are over 1,000 guys now. Whoa! Lots of different cars. So, Beowulf, honestly then, so you don't own one, but have you seen somebody drive in with a, it's not a wedge, what is it? The tricycle, we'll call it the glorified tricycle, and come out with Prestige? Is that really a thing? They won't let us have K cars in America? Oh, now that's just okay. I do not use the word cute like very 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 often. But darn it, if that is not the cutest little thing, it's like a real car, but it's super tiny. Okay, I could dig that. I mean, look, like it doesn't seem small until you look at the license plate in scale. Like, it takes up almost a third of the bumper. Whereas, in a regular car, it's like what, 1/5, 1/6. Like you can do you put 6 bumpers, or maybe, maybe 5 or 6 license plates. This one you could barely put 3. That is and it's got seagull doors. I would love that's the color yellow I like. I would not mind that at all. Look, yeah, they're just little miniature versions. They're miniature versions of the big car. Okay, that's a Lagmeister car right there. You can have that one. I mean, those are probably body kits, I'm guessing. I mean, they have to be because that's what is that like a Supra? Like a 1990 Supra. Nah, no, not quite. What am I thinking of? Nissan NSX? Yeah, no, yeah, kind of. That's what I was thinking of. Kind of looks like one of those, a miniature NSX. Station wagons are still big in Europe. For some reason, here it's all SUVs now. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of, I mean, because we just stopped selling them. Like, I don't think you can buy a station wagon. They don't offer them anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I think I can't say this definitively, but it was almost like a false machismo. It's like, if you've got kids, you don't want to be driving around in a minivan. Your alternative is a station wagon, but that's not manly. We can put you in like a pickup truck with a cab permanently affixed to it. And that's manly. So you can be driving your kids around, but do it in style. Some kind of nonsense. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that's definitive. It just seems like that way because we just don't have them anymore. Well, I presume all Reliant K drivers or Reliant drivers are actually not to be trifled with. You build muscle by unflipping your car. Exactly. Yeah. It's like a ballet dancer. You know, you look at a ballet dancer, you don't think they're muscular, but when you look at what they're able to do, when you see them without a shirt on, especially the male ones, man, now granted, the ballerinas are pretty darn small, so it's not like they're hefting up, 200-pound gals, but to be able to do, I mean, both men and women, to be able to have that composure and to do what they do, they've got some pretty decent musculature there. So yeah, you look at you're like, oh, whoever drives that car must be a weako. And the guy comes out and he's like an oddle. He's like, yes, I have to lift my car out of the sewer every time because it falls in if I don't put the parking brake on. But it doesn't have a parking brake because it'd make the car too heavy. The Robin didn't flip that easy. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm sure it didn't. But I'm also sure that if you could not go the speed limit most of the time safely in one of those things. Because here's the thing. All it takes is you going just a little too fast and you could kill yourself. So I'm pretty sure people were going like, if the posted speed limit 35, they're probably going 25. That's probably the rule of thumb. So it's like driving like a top heavy truck. We were watching Top Gear. Yeah. You guys watch too much TV. It's YouTube. Lagmeister, not TV. They're different. It all started with that giveaway car. Yep. And here, I never even referenced a giveaway car. I was besmirched by Beowulf. I mean, granted, channel popularity, if word gets out that I'm giving away tricycles, nobody's going to care. But, if I'm like, hey, yeah, giving out a 2025 not ugly car, streams might pick up until they realize that I'm not actually giving away a car. Because what I'll do afterwards, say, now I can give you this car, but with taxes, tags, and whatever, you're going to pay 25 grand. Or do you got 25 grand? And they'll be like, no. And I'll be like, sorry, you can't have your free car. That's how I'd get out of it, you see. But then some people would be like, no, I'll still take it. I'll figure it out. And they wouldn't register it or something. And then I'd feel like an ass because I'd be like, I actually don't have. Well, no, what I would do is I would go to the dealership. I'd be like, all right, I just need your address and basic information so I can have it shipped to you. And then I go to the dealer and be like, here, bill this person at this address. And I'm just going to drive their car out for them. They're really wealthy and all that. And they're like, okay, cool. So I drive the car out, give it to them, give them the keys. And then, they're like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. I got a free car. And then a week later, they get their first bill in the mail. Well, a month and a half later, because usually they give that first month is free. Or they start your payments later on. And they're like, wait, what is this? By that time, I'm long gone, baby. Not a perfect plan. I drive it for fun, not for my daily. That makes sense, Beowulf. Yeah. Mine has a side exhaust too, an updated stereo. Nice. Okay, so you did everything that I would have done. Because I know there are some people, they'll still drive around it, like keep it. They just want all original parts. And I get it. Because like I'm, when I buy collector stuff, I want, even if it's not as good. Like honestly, to this day, I've got on that shelf behind me, let's see, can you see? Yeah, so you can see there's G.I. Joes up there. There's quite a few of them. But anybody who owns G.I. Joes or owns them now, their torsos are held to their bodies by what they call it's an O-ring. It's a little rubber gasket or a little rubber, kind of a rubber band, but very, very tall and very, very thick. It's about this big. And those deteriorate over time, just naturally. They just wear out because there's like permanent tension on there. You have to kind of make them tense so that the bodies are solidly rooted in the lower part. So randomly, I'll just be doing whatever, and I'll hear a boink, and the sound of like plastic hitting the shelf. And one of my GI Joes has popped an O-ring, and I've got a little bag of repair parts down there. And like Destro was the first one to go, then Cobra Commander. I'm like, it's just going to be a thing. Like every month or two, one of my GI Joes loses his torso, and I got to repair it. So like the new toys are more efficient. They're not made with O-rings and blah blah blah. But I want the OG. I want the original. So all that to say, I understand why somebody would want to keep the car exactly as it is. But Beowulf, we're on the same level. It's like, okay, if I'm going to drive it, I'm going to be comfortable. I want modern amenities. And I mean, maybe in Washington, you've got some days where like, I guess even here, like not here in Texas, but some places you drive it on a fall day. You don't need good air conditioning. You just have the windows down and just enjoy it. But that's awesome. How did you was that a personal, did you buy it from another collector, or was it a car lot? Like, I mean, again, those aren't particularly easy to come by. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just, was it you said 1973? Did we say a 73? Because it didn't autofill. Or was it a 78? Oh, no, you had a 1978 Z28. I regret selling that thing. I'm going to bring it up for the rest of my life. 1978 Z28. Isn't that a Camaro? Yeah, Camaro. Wow. Yeah. That's a nice looking one too. Oof. Yeah, you should regret that. You should regret that for the rest of your life, Lagmeister. Like, put that on the tombstone. I had a 1978 Z28. I mean, the perfect year for the perfect 28 Z8, a 78 28. Yeah, that was a mistake. For shame, sir. Can't believe I'm associated with somebody with such poor judgment. I'm just realizing now, because I've thought about it, I'm like, you know what? I'm not riding the motorcycle all that much. Maybe I should sell it. It's like, whatever I'm going to get for it isn't going to be worth it down the road. Like, unless it starts, I have to pay to store it or where it's like, it's costing me money each month. I mean, it costs me a negligible amount for like insurance and stuff, but it's like, no, I'll get like a month's worth of rent out of it, maybe 2. And then I'm out the motorcycle. So it's like, unless it's dire straits, life or death, you don't get rid of nice stuff. But at least my stuff is like little figures, from my childhood that I'm slowly reclaiming. I can't imagine, but I can't remember what year it was. 1972. 1972 Stingray. Let's see, shopping. Oh, dude, you can get a Stingray for $99.95? $27? Wow. That's a nice one too. I think I might buy that. $28 for 70. I thought they were more expensive than that. But apparently, I mean, look, well, obviously that's a toy, but this is the real deal right here. That's not bad. $28 for a Corvette? I mean, I'll have to do the modifications like you did, which will probably cost me a few $100s, but that's a pretty good price. If you land on the driver's side, they have that nice feature. You can just open your door real hard and I'll flip the car that way. I mean, he did it in the video. It looks like from the 70s, but you can connect your phone to it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of like sleeper cars. Like I would love to have, like, honestly, well, yeah, I think my Corolla is probably like get a, what is he? Turbocharger. I think it's superchargers are for like beefy muscle cars. And I think turbochargers are for like the Rice Rockets or whatever. So I think like putting a turbocharger in the Corolla, because like, and I wouldn't soup it, it wouldn't look anything different, but you do that and then make, I had a friend who was like, did work on cars. He actually had a Honda Civic that he converted for like 0 to 60. And that car was he won quite a few races. I mean, it was gutted. There was nothing in it but the driver's seat and whatever. And you had the special tires and all this kind of stuff. Fast little car. Maybe not go that far, but just modify it enough so that it's like 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. And be like, whoa, look how fast that guy is. And look how quickly he ran into that pole because he didn't know how to drive it. But I like that idea. Like, again, you look at it and go, it's an old car. It's a classic. Yeah, but I could play iTunes on it. Black with stock wheels and a dark blue interior. Ooh, dark blue. Leather, I'm guessing? I plan on buying another second generation Camaro eventually, but people want $5,000 USD for one with no engine or transmission. Oof. I was going to say 5,000 isn't bad. I mean, it's not as good as the deal here. I mean, $28, you can't beat that. But if I had to put an engine transmission, that like doubles the price. In bad shape too. Yeah, they've all got more spendy, but I guess there's less and less good ones. Right. Yeah, that's the thing. As more years go by, supply is just going to continue to shrink, and demand is, well, I guess demand could shrink away too, depending on where we're at. I mean, I was picturing a universe, because they talk about like flying cars or whatever. The only reliable or feasible reality where we have cars that don't stay on the road, and even ones that do, I think in the next 20 years, it's all AI driven, unless there are a number of catastrophes, AI led catastrophes that back us off of AI. I see us making a beeline sprint for fully automated road systems where all the, your car is logged in and traffic is controlled by AI. So you don't have traffic lights. You don't have anything. It's just, it is connected to everything. And it just goes, okay, these are going, and it zippers, it could be amazing, but you're no longer driving your car. Like there will be like expensive closed tracks where you can drive a real car, not even race a car. Just like, here's a 1973 Stingray, and you can drive it as if you're driving on the road, like a real thing. We even, a gallon of gas will cost you $1,700, but you can experience the thrill of driving your own vehicle like they did in the old times. I can see that being a reality. Like I said, I mean, obviously I'm not rooting for a calamity, but barring something really bad that makes people pump the brakes for AI, I could easily see it being driver free. It's safe for everyone. No more drunk driving. I mean, and again, I'm not saying it's not true, but you can see how they're going to pitch it. It's like, all these irresponsible cars don't kill people. People kill people, which is, true for a lot of things. But, and then just kind of dialing it back where you're no longer able to drive your own car. You essentially rent one. You can spend $3,000 a month to get the Supreme model, but you're sharing it with a bunch of other people who are going to use it at different times of the day. Kind of like Ubers are now. You can pay extra for an Uber ride. You're not always going to get that car, but you just pay more for it. I don't know. I could see it being cool and also not cool. But as somebody who enjoys driving to a degree, I'd be a bummer. 1500 Rebel. Just never really needed a truck. K cars get 60 miles per hour, and they look that good? Damn. That's twice what my Corolla gets. They look like they're a lot smaller. I'm not sure. I'm not tall, But I do know there are some cars where I feel tall because my knees are up at my ears in them. Surprisingly, the Corolla has enough legroom. I don't know if the K car would, but if it did, I'd be down. But here's the other question though. So I don't know how Japan is with emissions. I know like American gas mileage is crap in a lot of cars because the emissions are so ridiculously stringent. So you can take a car that gets great mileage, because I think gas is like comes out to be more expensive in Europe, but I think their emissions aren't as strict. So you actually get better gas mileage in general. But yeah, it's like you take a very fuel efficient car and then you slap all the emissions crap on it and it's getting like a third of the mileage that it usually would get because better for the environment and whatever. 1500 Rebel. Oh, that's just a pickup truck, big old pickup truck. People, if there are old cars that got good MPG, my Camaro got 30 miles. Wow, on the highway. Okay, well that makes sense, I guess. Although I think that's what I'm averaging in my Corolla is 30. That ain't bad. Hey, Vincenzo, what's going on? 20 minutes ago. How you doing? You've entered a heavy car centered stream today. I'm bringing it all down with you. Hey, Jai. Yeah, it was you, Jai. That was it. I was trying to remember the person who said, I don't know if I'm going to come back to Legends. Probably not. But if the cool streamers came back, I would probably get back into it. I'm kidding, of course. And you clarify. I'm messing with you. But yeah, I was like, I'll remember his name. I remember his name. It's burned into my mind. I'll never forget that. But I couldn't remember your name. And I was like, oh, that's right. There it is. But hello, Jahai. Welcome. Welcome. Next time we'll get the Oprah treatment. Everyone will get a car. Yeah, I wondered how that worked. I think they even mentioned that on some special. They were like, yeah, she gave out free cars, but you still had to pay the taxes and everything else on it. It wasn't like all inclusive. So the sticker price of the car, I mean, which is still huge. I mean, that's a big deal, but you still had all the upkeep. So depending on the car, like honestly, if somebody gave me a BMW, I'd probably try to sell it just because I don't want to have to pay for the oil change and the tires. I remember even just the Firebird, my dad's Trans Am, I think the tires were $250 a piece. So he's spending $1,000 every, I don't know how long just to put new tires on the dang thing. It was ridiculous. We all get a wedge car. Yeah. No, I like you guys too much to do that. Look under your seats and there will be the car keys. No, Baldrick, look under your seats and there will be the car because it will fit under the seat. Unless you mean you're in the wedge car. Or the car, depending on the size. There you go. Exactly. Yep. And see an invoice. Oh, your Stingray has AC. Original. Oh, okay. I didn't know when they started doing, because in my mind, like we're still hand crank in the 70s. We're still hand cranking the windows. I mean, I guess my dad's, the Corolla had AC too. I wonder how far back AC goes. When was AC first used in cars? Let's see if AI can get this right. 1939. Luxury feature. Okay, 1954 maybe? Standard feature in most cars by the 70s. Okay, so you were just in time for standard AC. The black one was my car. Oh man, it'd be crazy if that was actually your car. Like that guy's posted my exact car. I got too many windows up. Was this the one? It was a truck. Stingray. There it is. Oh, so this was it right here. I will say I was always, it was more so when I was a kid, but I do like it. A black and red is a nice combination. Not necessarily red rims unless they're dark red, but like black with red, that's a sharp look. I feel like that's like very edgy, badass 80s. Like that, I look at that right there and I just get this nostalgia twinge. I never owned one. I saw cars that probably look like that, but not that exact one. But to me, body style and paint is like, even though it's a 78, it's close enough to the 80s that I feel like, and to be fair, when I was growing up in the 80s, early 80s, a lot of people were driving late 70s, early 80s cars. So that's how I get there, I guess. Blue interior is not, I've never seen a blue interior except for like on a minivan, but I'm guessing that was leather. Stock headliner, bucket seats wrap around the dash and stuff. It's getting worse and worse, Lagmeister. You're seeming like a more and more like a crazy person for selling the darn thing. Time I felt different or needed the money, but stupid in the long run. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, yeah, at the time it makes a lot of sense, or it seems like a necessity, and you're like, but could I have held on longer? But I mean, also I think that goes with youth. You just don't, like at this point now, I'm aware enough that once you let something go, there's a very good chance it won't be available for you later on. So if whatever you got now, hold on to it. Don't be a hoarder, but if you got something and you like it, don't sell it. Don't give it up, because chances are whatever money you're going to get, it probably ain't going to be worth it. And even if it is, you might want it. I mean, again, this is coming from a guy who, yeah, I actually at one point owned every system, Nintendo system, like actually owned it brand new, took care of it, and I had to rebuy them all because I ended up going, oh, I really miss those. And where I got them for free from Christmas, I now had to pay. Of course, retro gaming has to be popular, so it's not like a yard sale where people are just trying to give it away for 10 or 15 bucks. It's like you have to pay the price of a new one for a used one. I'm sure it's even worse with cars. Well, no, some of them I think, because you can get a DeLorean for like under 70 grand. You can probably get a DeLorean for 20. Not that I'm going to buy one, obviously. Oh, good gravy. $100,000? Oh, eBay. There we go. That's where I want to buy my best offer, 45 grand. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum. It's not even that great a condition. It's okay. Ugh. It definitely needs some. Oh, no. Actually, well, this is weird. Oh, I love the wheels. It's just, honestly, like, it's just good looking. If it wasn't such, I mean, it is just, if I had all the money in the world, I would probably get a DeLorean and have them gut it and put a decent engine in the damn thing and figure out ways to make the gull doors work a little better with like trying to get your window down. I'd get new AC and all the good stuff in there. I just have to put a lot of money into it. Like, I wouldn't just want to drive around in that, but man, they're good looking cars. I mean, I shouldn't say man. That really makes it sound like I'm like, oh my gosh, oh, it's so sexy. They're good looking cars. I feel like the cosmetic choices were nice. Again, the gold doors. I mean, this is a good looking one. 56? I mean, this one's taken care of. This would be a buy right here. Man. Oh, and the stainless steel. Again, the maintenance on this would be just a horrible thing. But what's the miles on this? It's got to tell you the miles, right? 6-cylinder, VIN number not applicable. Oh man, that's a nice looking. 37,000 miles. Oh, all right. We're gonna start a Kickstarter. Get Jay money into a 1981 DeLorean. We're looking to raise 60 grand. Then for that you'll get a picture of me in it with a thumbs up and a t-shirt. Oh gosh. I mean, the only thing good is I could give it antique plates and never drive it and I wouldn't have to pay anything for it, but anyway. It had a hood scoop on it too. When we went to buy it, had aluminum slots. The guy wasn't selling with it. The car looked way better with the stock wheels. Commonly look way better. I have the stock rally wheel hubs on the stock wheels. I was given an 82 Honda Custom CB900 with 1,000 miles on it, stored in the garage since I was 2 years old. The Camaro was on my dad's property, and he told me the Camaro or the bike I chose wrong. Oh. I mean, it definitely would be easier to store. Wow. Honestly, dude, I would have picked the car too. I mean, I can't fault you for that. I would have picked the car as well. I mean, it's a great bike, but I mean, it doesn't help that I didn't start riding until I was like in my 30s, late 30s, early 40s, late 30s, early 40s. I bought it in Indiana. 2019? Okay, my 30s, yeah. I never got the title for the CB900 because the ladies signed the title wrong. Oh, I think you remember. I remember you telling me about that. The bike was in great shape. I pulled it out of the garage 28 years later after it was stored. Still had factory tires, battery, everything at 30 years old. Damn. After sitting 28 years, the bike ran perfect. It was very quiet for 900. It sounded like a newer, small car, right? Honestly, I prefer quieter. People are like, oh, it makes people aware. No, sound is very hard to pinpoint when you're driving. Especially if it's behind you, you're probably not going to hear it. If it's right next to you, you may, but you may think it's coming from somewhere else. I think just people like loud things, which is fine. To each their own, but I prefer my bike to be quieter. I've actually got went riding with a friend of mine. I've got the 650. Wow, Suzuki SV650. He had the next bike up. I don't remember what that is. It's a bigger bike, bigger engine. But my bike was louder. Like, he's like, man, I'm embarrassed to ride next. Like, your bike sounds better. I was like, I would love to have I would love to have your sound on my bike because it fits better, and two, I like it quieter. I don't like it. I don't like the noise, but I live with it because I'm a tough, manly man. Oh, I'm talking about don't get rid of the good ones. I mean, it probably applies to both. It applies to anything, really. Don't get rid of the good stuff. You just got to know good stuff does not, good anything is not in plentiful supply. You think it would be. You're like, I can get a better one. Another one will come around. Nah, if you're over 20 years old, 25 years old, you know that's just not true. Genuinely good things are hard to find. But you don't think about that because you find it. It's like just the other day, I was starting a new playthrough in Borderlands 2, and on my second try of my second farm of a character, I got a legendary drop. And so if I was younger and stupider, I would think, oh, legendaries are a dime a dozen. This one doesn't have all the prefix I wanted. I'm just going to sell this one or give it away now because it's not exactly what I wanted. And then I would proceed to farm for the next 6.5 hours, not getting another drop like it, and be like, why did I give it away? I didn't realize it was so hard to come by because I got really freaking lucky. So I think a lot of times people get really lucky and it spoils their appreciation of good things. Crash bar on it and the sissy bar in the back. Is that, they call it a sissy bar? Is that actually the slang term for it? You prefer them not crazy loud as well? Yeah. Like, mine is considered a standard. It's not a sport. But you only want to ride it for about 2 hours at a time. That you could probably, I mean, that looks pretty comfortable. You probably could ride that take that on the highway, ride it for several hours. Doing 5 hours on an SV650. Maybe if you're 20, but with my 45-year-old posterior, no way in heck. No way in heck. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, my butt hurts when I'm sitting in this chair for too long. So you can imagine being on a very, like, it's pretty much the seat is just a plastic with a little bit of covering on it so that placebo effect is like, oh no, it's a very comfortable seat. No, it's got about a 1/4 inch of padding. And other than that, it's just a plastic or maybe it's a metal seat. It is not comfy. Seat height is 36 inches. That's pretty good. I sat on a Honda Africa Twin once and decided against it because of it. Honda Africa Twin? Oh, yeah, no, that looks... Yeah, that's... Like, that looks a little upright. I don't know if it's the exhaust or what, but it looks... I mean, honestly, that's kind of what mine looks like, but yeah, no, it doesn't have this. I don't think. Hang on. Was it 1995? Yeah. So I don't have the extra stuff on it. Where is... Oh, crap. Is it a 96? I think it's a 96. It's a very distinct color blue. Maybe it's a 97? I could have sworn. Nope, definitely not a 97. I mean, that's the color. It's called like Napoleon blue or something. It just doesn't have, I don't know, I don't remember what this is called, but whatever this fairings, I think they're called. Whatever this is up here, it doesn't have that. But that's the color and that's pretty much the style. It has a carbon fiber muffler thing that the guy put on it. Still burns your legs, though, I found out the hard way. But yeah, so it looks kind of like a one of those crotch rocket type things, but you don't ride it like that. It's a standard. You sit upright. You 6'1"? I definitely want to touch ground comfortably. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to be able to sit on it and you be able to be flat-footed, not on your tiptoes, especially when you're swinging a leg over. Yeah, I don't know how tall this is, but the reason I looked, because the first thing I looked at is what's a good bike if you're 6'2" tall, and the SV650 was suggested as a nice entry level bike that if you were taller it would accommodate you. Man, it's a nice. Now, was yours a rag top or is it a hard top? It doesn't matter too much. Just that has a little more of a, I mean, that completely different looks. For crying out loud. Can you just show me the page without? There it is. I mean, a lot of it is lighting and presentation. It's so crazy seeing a car on a carpet. Car on a carpet. T-top. Okay, nice. I love that. So my dad had the Formula and the Trans Am. They were both T-tops. I think those are a great mix, like where you can get the same feel as a convertible, but you don't have to worry about the cloth. You don't have to worry about the mechanism and everything. You just slide it on, lock it down, and you can enjoy the sun. You can enjoy that whole thing, but it's it feels better or seems better when you have to have the top on than when you have just because I remember I've been in 2 convertibles and they both kind of had a little bit of a wind problem. Side exhausts. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I've seen those before. Well, heck, this might be your car right here for all I know. Well, yep, sold. It's your car. That's right. That's it right here. I'm on to you. That's the one you bought right there. Yeah, they did a good job. Like I said, I don't think all old cars look good, but damn if the Stingray does not look pretty freaking awesome. And again, unlike the DeLorean, it looks awesome and it performs. What's the horsepower on these? That Camaro only had the moon roof. I wish that thing was a T-top. I mean, moon roofs were cool. I mean, my dad's his Corolla had, well, you could hit a thing and slide it back. I think it only gave you, I don't know if that was a moon roof. I think moon roofs were just, they're transparent, right? Or they're translucent or something. It's kind of like tinted. Anyway, it's a horsepower depends on engine. So there wasn't a standard 1972 Stingray. 175 stock? Okay. Big one had 270. Good gravy. I don't know, making stuff up. Well, I know lag much. So that's par for the course. Which is way more than you need. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the trend though, isn't it? Like at this point, it's, push it right up to what passes for street legal and back it down by a couple horsepower. I mean, all metal, like, was it the Trans Am had 275, I think, but it wasn't all metal. It was a lot of plastic. And yeah, you could argue that's, if I put my foot down, it becomes dangerous in those cars. Oh yeah. I come from cars with way more HP, but cars really came along with rare stability. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, all the HP in the world. I mean, I learned that just from Need for Speed Most Wanted. Maneuverability, stability, all those kinds of things. Like, especially rear wheel drive. You gotta have a good balance, because otherwise you just spin out and go nowhere, and the cops catch you in like 3 seconds, and you're totally screwed. I need to play that game again. That's another one of those games that I could just play for hours just for the heck of it. I should play that actually. And I had it briefly on one computer. I had a modified version that actually supported widescreen format, like a little bit better graphics, but darn if I can find it. But I got it on GameCube. Maybe I'll play it one day. But yeah, it's power is one thing, but power under control and power in the right measure, that's a big deal. Otherwise, like you said, you can't even, you use it and either you burn out, spin out, or you're just going almost too fast to drive responsibly. Look at all these tabs. We open up a lot of tabs today. See, this is why I don't really, when I come into the stream, I don't really bother with a title anymore, with a topic anymore, because the topic will find itself. Oh man, I'm still kind of appalled at how ugly these things are. So wait, it's a single seater in the front? See, I mean, that's not bad. Like, there are some Teslas that don't look bad, but like that one looks okay. That's not a bad price either. Until you factor in battery maintenance and all that crazy stuff. But I don't know why they made the truck look so god awful. Should use the same design principles with I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks like a spaceship in the, like, if I never had to see the outside of it, I might be like, oh, that's really cool. Oh wait, no, that's these are tractor trailers. Never mind. I mean, it still looks cool, but I mean, it's so funny. You got, oh my gosh, there was a guy on, of course it was Reddit. What were we talking about? Oh, well, what was the conversation? Oh, I went to all this trouble to manually assign metadata to my music library so that when I played it in my car, which has a little LCD screen, I could see the cover of the band with the information on it when it comes up. Only to find out that for whatever reason, my car does not process those images. It looks for its own little metadata. So if it doesn't have it, it just gives you the picture of a blank CD or something. So even though if I play it on a computer, if I were to give you the file right now, you'd bring it up and it would give you a thumbnail that I created of the either the album image or the band, whatever I chose to use as the image for that song, it would bring that up. But the only reason I did that was so that when I'm driving in my car, instead of just having this ugly, like blank, whatever, USB stick icon when they can't find the thumbnail in the small library that it has, it could show a cool little album image. And so I looked on, I was going to Reddit and I was just looking up like, what do I need to do to get my car to display image metadata or whatever? And some schmucko, you get on there and the first thing he says, and somebody had the same question. He's like, hey, pretty much said he was doing what I did. And then he's like, but it doesn't show up. And this guy writes back, first of all, please do not keep your eyes on the road and don't be focusing on the LCD screen. That is improper driving and you're putting yourself and others at risk. I was like, get the stick out of but dude, geez Louise. And then proceeded to say, and then the guy was like, well, actually, he's like, why did that even come up? You shouldn't even be looking at your LCD. You're driving dangerously. I'm like, first of all, guaranteed, jackhole, you've taken your eyes off the road for many, many things. You're probably one of those rubbernecking doofuses out there where it's like, oh, there's a dead deer. I have to turn my head to look at it and slow down and slow up all the traffic behind me because a dead animal on the side of the road is certainly more notable than, keeping my eyes on the road. And I guarantee you've looked at your stupid little radio, even if you don't have an LCD screen, you've looked down to change the station or to turn your AC on. That's all he's talking about. You glance down at it. This is the song, whatever. So get off your high horse, you big dumbass. But, the guy was like, yeah, I did it because I was getting my friends were in the car and they were joking me about what they thought it was like, I was like bootlegged all these songs because if it's in theory, if you bought it off the store, it has the metadata with it. And he's like, I don't want it to look like I just ripped these off of like a torrent or something. And it was just like, why go out of your way? The first thing, please don't do that. You just sound like the worst kind of person. Well, not the worst kind of person. One class of the worst type of person. The Stingray is for the adventure, the feel of driving. I love it. It's a manual too, right? I'm guessing. And that's one thing I've learned to appreciate from riding a motorcycle. Like the amount of engagement you feel while driving is so much different when you're actually like having to shift gears. You got a clutch and you're shifting. I've never done it in a car. I mean, I did it once or twice, but not regularly. But doing it on a motorcycle, it's like you just feel like you're so much more engaged in the process and you have more control. Even if you're really doing what the automatic would do anyway, for the most part, it still feels like you're more a participant versus being carried along. So, but whereas motorcycles, you can still, automatic is still more rare. Cars, it's actually hard to find standards anymore. Frogless, what does Carlos have? 550? That's what is street legal 600 now or something like that? Good gravy. I'll have to ask him what he's driving. It's kind of cool. I think they did a good job of reviving that car. Oh, the Challenger. Yeah, they did. I like it better than the Ford or Camaro, even though they also did. I don't know. I kind of like the Camaro, maybe the new design Camaro a little bit more than the Charger. It's a little less chunky, I guess, for lack of a better word, but Dodge Dart. It does look better than those cars, and he stayed true to their roots and said, yeah, exactly. Boomer, but drives like a millennial? No, sir. I drive like the best driver that ever drives. I'm skillful. Whatever, Vincenzo, whatever. You were impressed. You were like, dude, I never pictured you as the ace driver, but you totally are. I was like, don't tell anybody. And you're like, okay. But I might joke and say that you're like a bad driver. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Ha ha. We can laugh about it together. There's a reason why my car insurance is only $1,000 a month. Because I am one of the best drivers to ever get behind the wheel of a vehicle. But gentlemen, I am losing my voice. I've got an early rise tomorrow because I have a lot of work to do. And my head became pretty crowded. We got what? Yeah, Sunday's pretty much done. We got, provided everybody shows up, we got Enu's gaming session in the afternoon. Then we got Borderlands in the evening. So yeah, I got to get everything done tomorrow. Mine is only 1,000. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a steal. So Sunday, B Wolf, we are doing. I haven't posted the stream yet, but Enu is there's Skyrim did a board game, and Enu has the digital version of it, so like the virtual tabletop. And so he wants to get the word out that it's out there and it's a thing that people can play if they want to. So we're gonna have like a first game / tutorial on how to play. Sunday, I think it's gonna be 1:00 Central Time, my time. I believe it's still going on. We still have. I think Io isn't sure about coming, and I think, yeah. So we don't have a full there. Anyway, and then at 7 p.m. or maybe 6, depending, we'll be doing our third Borderlands playthrough, where I proceed to carry the team as per usual through the rigors and perils of Pandora, taking us to the confrontation with Handsome Jack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Vincenzo will be there for both. So it's me, Lagmeister, Carlos, and Vincenzo for Borderlands, and me. I have a date at 1 p.m. Oh, nice! Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, you know what happened? See, this is it. B-Wolf drove the vet to the car show, and he had like 25 women be like, oh my gosh, a man of classic taste and poise. Make them watch both streams. Got to make sure Frogless doesn't steal everything. The guy is a klepto, which is what he said about you guys. Because he was like, man, I can't get anything because, you know, the 2 loot goblins are taking everything. I'm like, it's pretty much whoever sees it first yoinks it up in a heartbeat. If it's pretty, if it's glittery, y'all are just yoinking it. Even if you're not going to use it, it's just like, yoink. My build is shotgun, but I gotta, yeah. Which is why I do my own farming in my own time, so I don't got to worry about competing for legendaries, because they do make the game different. Like I said, I will be bringing, there's some assault rifle legendaries that are about our level. They're like 18 and 19, and we're at 20. So they'll be good for a few more times, but they're not like the Unkempt Herald. They're not like game winners, but they're pretty darn good. Oh, they're medium. They're mid. They're going to be good for a little while, but they're not going to be great. And that's just to show that just because you have legendaries doesn't mean it's an easy playthrough. She saw my Reliant Robin and couldn't. Honestly, I was going to say that, but I couldn't remember the name of the car. So I just defaulted to the vet. And I also thought it was more likely that they would have seen that, since I think and hope you don't have a Reliant Robin. But no, good on you, man. Good on you. Honestly, if I had a date, I'd be doing that too. But, you know, you're pretty bad too, Vinny. I was going to say only 2 loot goblins. It's yoink. His catchphrase is yoink, and they've got me. And my bad, guys. But that's because he's lighting people on fire. Which I actually found out there is a rocket launcher that will allow you, without having to duel, there is a rocket launcher that will injure other players. But I'm not going to tell you what it's called, because it's apparently the only rocket launcher that does damage to teammates. One, I don't remember the name, and I purposely didn't remember it because I didn't want to let it slip, because I know if you guys are going to farm anything, if Carlos is going to frog anything, it would be farming a rocket launcher where you can kill one of us. Save me. Although that's also Lagmeister's. Oh no, save me. Yeah, his, oh no. They got me. And Carlos is more like, no, they've got me. And then Vincenzo is Usually his is like a passive aggressive. Yeah, I'm just dying here, guys. I'm just bleeding out over here. Don't bother helping me. Yeah, I'm you know, you guys really should try to keep your healer alive, but that's all right. That's fine. I'll just die here. And me, I just don't say anything and wait for people to figure it out. And if they don't, I'm just like, I got it. Don't worry about it. I need that immediately for testing purposes. Well, I just realized that the internet is a thing. And so all you'd have to do is Google Borderlands 2 rocket launcher, teammate damage, and it will give you the name. But I think it's a legendary, so you'd have to farm it somewhere, which would be a pain in the butt. Like if you're gonna spend time farming, you know, maybe sinking 5-10 out, well, not 10 hours, but you know, an hour possibly into farming, you're gonna want an awesome legendary, and that rocket launcher is like it's not one of the better ones. I farmed for one of the better ones, and it's not passive aggressive, it's sarcastic. Yeah. In any case, it's very low key. That's my point. Like, we got the two drama queens over here. Oh my gosh, help me. No, help me, J Money, no. Oh, they've got me. Help me. Help me. And then Vincenzo's yeah, well, nobody bothered to come pick me up. That's fine. Just gonna bleed out over here and die. Oh, and there we go. You know what? I knew if I went long enough past my set scheduling hours, Honey Badger would show up. We'd get a cameo from good old Honey Badger. I tried to summon you, Honey Badger. I besmirched. Actually, I mean, that's a lie, but I was thinking about besmirching the prequels or the Hobbit movies so that I could summon you here, because that seems to work every time. But I chose not to, because I thought maybe he's driving or maybe he's doing something important, and summoning him in the middle of that would be dangerous. So I didn't do it. But hey, and later, exactly, yeah. Good talking to you all. See you next time, and I'll try to check in on Sunday. Sounds good, Beowulf. Enjoy your date, man. I look forward to hearing the good news. Wedding bells are ringing for good old Beowulf. Hopefully. But hail, Honey Badger, hail. Yeah, I was closing up shop, but then Beowulf asked about the stream tomorrow or Sunday, so I was giving him the down low. Sorry I'm late. Friday is now the start of my work week, so it's hard to jump. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. I said just these days, like it's just not, it's not in the cards, as it were. You know, and I can't expect everybody. I mean, there have been 15 people on the stream that quit their jobs and got new ones just so they could be here on Fridays. But I don't expect everyone to do that. I mean, that's kind of it's not the greatest sacrifice, but it's a pretty big deal to give up your job just so that you can, be a part of the best stream in the world. But I don't expect that from everyone. Certainly, it's a level of commitment and loyalty that you just don't see all that often these days. But no, I'm kidding, of course. I went AWOL for you. Wait, but what is this? Friday is the start of your work week, and Sunday is the end. So what do you work? 3 12s or 3? Yeah, I think you mentioned that maybe. And I've had a few jobs like that where it's like, hey, if you work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you get the rest of the week off. So you get almost 40 hours and it's all done within a weekend. Then you have like 5 days off. 3 12. That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. Well, and don't worry, Vincenzo, I won't report you. Sunday, so the board game stream is going to be around 1 p.m. Your time is probably going to be 12, so you'll probably be at work. But we start the Borderlands at 7, my time, 7 Central Time, and go until midnight. So it's 5 hours at the end of Sunday. I miss those kind of hours. Yeah, I will report you though. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Honey Badger again. I'm sorry. I wish we could go longer. But yeah, I'm kind of fading fast. I got to get some stuff prepped. And like I said, tomorrow is going to be a 12-hour work day. It's here, but it is sitting in this chair, video editing. And I think I've got something on Saturday night that I'm doing a stream on Rumble. Yeah. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for a very lively and fun conversation for the past 4 hours. The time flew by. I now have horrible, horrible cars in my head. Honey Badger, if you get bored at the desk and you want to see some of the ugliest things to be spawned from the mind of man, you can check through the stream. You're going to see some pretty darn ugly cars, but it's not for the faint of heart, and you're probably going to lose faith in humanity. But I recommend it. Anyway, it's good hanging out with you guys. I will talk to you soon.